You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310. The CFRN Emini Futures Cast is now on Stitcher. Listen to us on your iPhone, Android phones, BlackBerry, and WebOS phone. Stitcher is smart radio for your phone. Find it in your app store or at Stitcher.com. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smarter way to listen to radio.
Are you ready, Steve? Andy? Yeah! Bert? Well, all right, fellas. Let's go!
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Audible. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/CFRN. Over 85,000 titles. Choose from mystery, romance, religion, science, technology, business, New York Times bestsellers, even children's books. You name it, Audible has it. With 85,000 titles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect audiobook for yourself or to give as a gift, and it's absolutely free. Just point your browser to audibletrial.com/CFRN. That's audibletrial.com/CFRN. And become a part of the audiobook revolution by downloading your free audiobook today. audibletrial.com/CFRN.
Hey, trader, want to get rich quick? Well, good luck with that. If, on the other hand, you actually want to learn how to trade, the place to be is www.cfrn.net. Tune in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for our daily devotional, and then spend the next 3 hours learning how it's done from professional traders who actually trade for a living. That's www.cfrn.net. Every trading day from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome back to the CFRN Emini Futures Cast. This is the daily broadcast of Indeterminate Length, where we discuss all things Emini, along with some really big ideas on the finer points of trading gold, bonds, crude, sugar, the euro, and even T-bills. Joining us today from our studios in Boston, Mr. Michael Borth. From our trading desk in Chicago, Mr. Burton Schlichter. Now, to get things started, let's go to our host and founder in Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Here's Dwayne.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Today is Thursday, 30th day of January, 2020. Thanks for joining us, whoever you are, wherever you are. We're just glad to have you right here, right now. If you can't see the screen I have up, go to our homepage at cfrn.net. On the right-hand side, big microphone. Click that. Follow the instructions. You'll be registered in about 30 seconds. That will give you one-click access to the show each and every day. On the days you're out of the office or away from your desktop, point any internet-connected browser to cfrn.net/live, and there you'll find a live, real-time simulcast of the show as it unfolds. We also stream live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter during the live broadcast. So if you can't catch us any other way, you can always catch us there. Let's take a look at a chart of the S&P 500. Emini Futures. If you look at a daily chart, this number that we were looking at, 3312, for this bounce off the bottom of the channel, we're going to update that number. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Now, what do we got? 3296. Okay. The bounce we were looking for hasn't happened. We've been hugging the bottom of this price channel now for, well, really, I guess you could call it the fourth day. Interesting thing happened here on this, when we pulled back, or as we were pulling back to the BBC, we just jumped right over it. You'll notice that's a pretty rare occurrence. In fact, I don't know that I've seen it before on the daily chart. But there it is for all the world to see. So we opened below, we closed above it, opened below it, hit the bottom of this ascending price channel, which drove us up to the BBC. Now, it holds more often than it doesn't. Held. We got to add a new thing here, jumped over. Now, as you can see, as it bounced off the bottom of the channel and hit the BBC, it held. And so support sends us to resistance, which sends us back down to support. And here we sit. I mean, right at the bottom of the channel. We don't have any high impact economic news coming out tomorrow morning. So we don't have anything scheduled that will move the markets. But with so much going on in the world right now, literally at any moment, whether it be a presidential tweet or breaking news on your financial TV show that you watch, or the financial network that you watch, or even your local news, from impeachment to coronavirus, well, you know all the stuff going on. I don't have to tell you. It's on everybody's mind, and it's weighing heavy on the market. Just as we suspect, this coronavirus might be a little worse than we're being told. I think the internal conditions of the market right now may be worse than we can see just from this chart. If you take a look at the S&P 500, I think a third of them is the number I heard mentioned this morning. A third of the S&P 500 stocks are officially in correction territory. So that means they've had a drawdown of 10% or more. We have a few high flyers that are really responsible for supporting the market, holding it up, keeping it from looking as bad as it might be. We'll go under the hood with John when he comes on a little bit later. We'll take a look at some of those stocks. I believe Amazon is going to report today after the bell. We'll see what kind of an impact that has on the markets. Let me give you the numbers from around the world. These are the cash markets, indices. Start here in the U.S. The Dow is down 120 points. NASDAQ is down 50. S&P 500 down 17. And the Russell 2000 down 10. In the commodity basket, crude oil down $1.24, trading 52.09 last. That's a drop of almost 2.5%. Gold up $9.10, trading 15.85.10 last. In the Asian markets at the close, Nikkei dropped 401 points on the session. Now that's a drop of almost 2%. Shanghai dropped 84, and for the Shanghai, That's a loss of 2.75%. The Hang Seng, another big down day, down 711 points. That's a loss of 2.5%. In the European markets at the close, FTSE down 101, DAX down 187, CAC down 83. That's a drop of roughly 1.5% for each of those three European markets. That gives us a red day at Asia, red day in the UK. It's a big red radio Thursday here in the US of A. If Michael's ready, we'll go over there and get a recap of everything that happened in the live training room this morning.
Okay.
We have rolled the gold to the J contract, correct?
Yes. Yes, we have rolled the gold to the J.
Roll the gold.
Roll the gold from G to J. Let's go see what the difference is in the volume on those right now.
Okay, I've got your chart up, so I'll take a peek at it with you. Go ahead.
Okay. This is what I show here on the J contract. We're trading 285,000 right now, and if we go backwards to the G, only 54,000.
Okay. So definitely, definitely the money's in the J contract, so we'll be following that. All right, well, I'll hit mute, and I will be here when you're done.
Okay, great. Here we go. Here we go. This one. Okay, if you have not taken a free trial with us, go to the homepage here at CFRN.net, and you can click on any of these free 5-day trial things. Sorry, I should have said good afternoon. Today is the 30th day of January 2020. If you've not taken a free trial yet, you can click on any one of the free trial things on our homepage at CFRN.net, and that will bring you to this page, where all we ask for is your name, your email, and your phone number. And you can tell us the biggest trading challenge so we can tailor one-on-one training specifically for you. Hit the send button and you'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click on the confirmation link. Okay, if you don't click that link, we don't know that you took the trial. Okay? Okay. So let's go back there. And results today. I missed a bunch of trades in like the first 10 minutes. They were just firing off too fast, but when we finally did get into a trade, it was 11 minutes in, and we got our goal for the day on the first trade. Now, if you're going to read the spreadsheet, you read all the CFTC risk disclosures down at the bottom. Today is the 30th day of January 2020. We made 1 tick on the euro, 10 ticks on crude, 12 ticks in gold, and 1 tick on the ES. That put us up to 38.75. And as I just told you, it took 11 minutes in 1 trade to get to the goal for the day. At that point, we're up $100 a contract, and we took a total of 9 trades today. So on the month now and on the year, we're up $2,678. That's over 18 trading days, averaging 148 per day. 148 per day. All right, so let's go see what did or didn't happen this morning. And you will see that right here, there was a short opportunity, would have gotten the goal. A second one, would have gotten the goal. Then finally we got into one. You know, I missed those first 2, but we finally did get into one over here, and I did get the goal. And then I missed that one. That would have given some profit. I missed this one. That would have been a break even. I got a break even there. Picked up 2 there. Had another break even here. And another break even there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades. Oops. I gotta fix my spreadsheet. Hang on. I want my spreadsheet to be as accurate as possible. And we took a total of 10 trades today. Okay. And let's see, during the break, after that last break even, during the break, started moving down here, but we didn't have any really good trade setups because we weren't really trending very well. And I really don't like anything here during the break. If I draw a trend line here, there may have been a shorting opportunity. Right there. Would have been a break even though. It's setting up for a long right now. If we get to bounce off the BBC right here, because we have higher highs and higher lows. So we do have a nice trend. So that's what was happening with that. Now the euro. We actually had a trade set up here, a bounce off the BBC on the euro that we got into, and I locked in one tick. I was anticipating it to get up to here. The high of the day was just up above it, up there at the time. That was the only trade that it gave. Right now, during the break, it gave a shorting opportunity right here that you'd still be in, suffering through. All right, crude. Now, we missed some good trades on crude in the first couple of minutes this morning, too. There was one right here, would have gotten the goal. Another one right here, would have gotten the goal. One right here, would have gotten the goal. And finally, picked up 5 ticks on this one, 5 more ticks on this one. We missed that one. And trying to see during the break if we had anything that was really tradable. Yeah, over here. It was a shorting opportunity here. Another one right here. Okay. And that was it during the break. For the crude oil, we ended up with plus 10 on crude. Now the ES, this weekly trading zone right here has been plaguing the ES all day. Hold on a sec. I'll scroll back so you can see how. All right. On the ES, there were some nice trades this morning. I missed that one, and that one. I told you they were just firing off too fast this morning. I opened the room up a little after 7, and probably 7:30, and I came back up a little before 9:30 and looked at my emails. And while I was looking at my emails, a few minutes that took, we missed a ton of opportunity. But we did take this long trade right here for 1 tick. Then it turned around and it wasn't really trending in here, so we weren't doing anything until it got down here. Then there was a shorting opportunity there that got away from me. And another break-even trade right here. I was looking for it to close down below this level right here. And it finally did in there, but then it went right back up. And it worked its way all the way back down to the weekly trading zone without giving us a trade setup. Okay, then it went through the zone, came back to the zone, and now it's back through the zone. And all this is during the break. So there wouldn't have been anything until right here, and even that wouldn't have been a trade, given the slingshot position. So it's been moving around, but it hasn't been given, lately anyway. The last hour hasn't really given that many trade setups. There was one right here. Okay, and that's pretty much it for the ES on the morning session. So we'll go back here. Again, if you're going to read the spreadsheet, you could read all the CFTC risk disclosures down at the bottom. Today is the 30th day of January 2020. We made 1 tick on the euro, 10 ticks on crude, 12 ticks on gold, and 1 tick on the ES to put us at plus 238.75 on the morning session. Today it took 11 minutes and 1 trade to get to goal for the day. At that point, we were up $100 a contract, and we took a total of 10 trades. So on the month now, we're up $2,678. That's over 18 days, averaging 148 per day. Now that is one contract, 2 hours per day. One contract, 2 hours per day. It's the same thing on the year. I guess I should go down there. Yeah, it is. Same thing on the year. All right. Now, if you have not taken a free trial with us, go to the homepage at CFRN.net and click on free 5-day trial, or any of the free trial buttons. There's 4 of them on the page, I think. Go here to eminitrainingschool.com, scroll down to where it says 1 week free trial, put in your name, put in your email, put in your phone number, and you can put in your biggest trading challenge so we can tailor one-on-one training just for you. Hit the send button and you'll be sent to confirmation link. You must click on the confirmation link, okay? Because we don't know that you took the free trial until you click on that link. All right. Okay. And that is it. So with that, I can pass it back out to fabulous Phoenix, Arizona, Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Dwayne, if you are ready.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay.
All right. Today's Thursday, Dr. Tom Day. He wasn't with us last Thursday, right?
He's not going to be here this Thursday.
Oh, it's
he
today.
was with us last Thursday.
He was.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, I knew I had a message here. Okay. So, all right. So he won't be with us today. All right. Well, I just told John to make sure he came early because it was Dr. Tom Day. So that'll work. That'll work out just fine. So, all right. So the recap of the recap was
today it took 11 minutes and 1 trade to get to $100 per contract.
Well, you must have done something different today.
No, do the same thing every day. Every single day. That's how you have consistent results. You have to act consistently.
That's right. You have to be the constant integer in the equation. And that's where so many traders run into trouble is, well, you know, I did this on Monday and it worked pretty good. I tried it on Tuesday. The results weren't so good. So I tried this old thing yesterday and
add another indicator.
Yeah, and so, man, today I'm just going to go back to the drawing board and just try something different that I read an article about. That's why this on my screen is a true statement. 9 out of 10 new traders fail because they're always looking for some way to slay the market, to always be right, to never get stopped out. There is no world, except in our imaginations, where that exists. It's just, you know, if you're still on the hunt, if you're still looking, if you're still searching, if you're still Googling at night till your fingers bleed, stop. You just might as well stop, because that thing that you're looking for isn't there. Better to look for the thing that is there, grab a hold of that, and go with it. There are many ways to skin the cat we call the market. Many ways to trade it. Many different methodologies. Everything from counting waves to what's the one that it doesn't seem to be so popular anymore. I don't hear people talk about it. The oh gosh,
The 3 thing? Not waves, but
not waves, but the where you have a
yeah, it's a different kind of chart.
the market. Yeah, the market finds a what's his name, Jonathan. He used to come on occasionally, once a week, and that was his style of market profile. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So what's the one you were thinking of?
There's a
Oh, the
Three.
point and figure.
yeah, something like that.
Right.
It's a different kind of chart than we use.
Yeah. So and we're not saying that those things don't work. If
Three-line break. That's what it was.
What's it called? Oh, 3-line break. Oh, yeah, and then there's Rinko charts. That's a style of chart. I don't know that that's necessarily style of trading, but and any of those things can work. People have proven them to work. The truth is, nothing works all the time. Everything works some of the time. So find something and then get really good at that thing, whatever that thing is. Whether it's all the stuff we just mentioned, one of those. Don't try to do them all at the same time. You could hurt yourself. Our methodology, it's not rocket science. It's as basic and as simple as you can get. As Spock would say, it's just logical. Price drops until it finds support. It rallies until it hits resistance. And then it heads the other way and looks for support. And when it finds it, heads the other way, looks for resistance. Now, when it finds support and finds resistance, sometimes it will consolidate in that area. So whether we're talking the BBC or the WTZ or anything else, that's how price behaves. Let me bring up a chart. And okay, so the beginning of the week, we had this gap lower open on Sunday night. All right, the 26th. Oh, wait, was that Friday? Yeah, no, there we go, right there. That's the gap lower open Sunday night. So we had a leg and a retracement. We found resistance at a weekly trading zone, 3270/71. And then when price couldn't go any higher than that, it's the weekly trading zone, and it's basically where the market opened Sunday night. The market opened at 3269.75. That's where it opened, and then it put in a low at 53.5. So then we come back up almost to the opening price. Didn't quite get there, but that's because there's resistance there, and sellers come in early. They push it back down. Now this orange line, which was a short trigger, or it was a trigger 2 days in a row. I don't know that that's correct. I put it in as a buy. It might have been a sell. I might have to check that now. But let me explain what I'm talking about. Price, it's the same thing every day. Price comes down to find support, and that sends it back up to resistance. Back to support, back to resistance, support. Important price, important area. It's resistance. If we were approaching it from above, we would expect it to be support. Except when it's behaving as a trigger to get you into a short position or to get you into a long position.
John.
Back down to the zone. Did he? Okay. All right, guys. We'll talk to John, and then when I do the recap, we'll go through the all the alerts, Concierge and Logic. But I'll check on this one while we're talking with John. I'll check this one, and if I put a B where there should have been an S, I'll show it to you on the screen, and we'll go from there. John, welcome to the show.
Hi. Thanks.
Good to have you with us.
Yeah, likewise. Look, it's a good day to be on. There's a lot of stuff going on today. I got to tell you, I'm making outstanding progress with the stuff I've been developing here, and I'm sort of, there's a kind of a big learning curve, because you have to see how stuff behaves and how it all interacts. especially when you've got a day where markets are kind of under pressure, and yet you've got Tesla up $75.
We talked about that earlier, John. Something like 30-40% of the market right now is in correction territory.
Yeah, it's getting worse. It's a kind of a death of 1,000 cuts.
We got a couple of big companies kind of just holding the whole thing up, and the question is, how long can they do that?
Yeah. No, it's really getting kind of dramatic. I thought we might rally one more time, but I don't think we're going to be able to do it. There's a tremendous overhead sell this morning, and we kind of got up to 9,100 on the Nasdaq. We might still get a little bit of a turn here, possibly. It's trying to rally, but right now there's a huge amount of overhead sell, and look, a lot of stocks are breaking down. I mean, look, QRVO, which we mentioned on the show a while back, it opened like at 122 this morning. Sorry, I think some crazy number like that, and it's down to 110 rather. So that's typical of what happened in 2000. Stocks were opening higher and selling off. Now that hasn't happened to Tesla yet. Probably will at some point if this thing gets out of control. Which it appears to be, likely to do. Look, there's a huge bunch of things happening today. Silver and gold. There was an article yesterday. Just happened to catch it by accident. A fellow called Scott Meinhardt. I think he's a founder of Guggenheim, co-founder. He thinks silver is going to go parabolic. Now, yesterday they knocked silver down 40 cents or something, and today it suffered. Sort of took off in the early hours this morning, and I think silver is potentially developing into a situation very similar to what happened in 2010, in September 2010, when we were about $18.50. That's why the market's getting knocked down. The CDC, first U.S. case of human to human.
I just saw that come across my screen.
Right. So that's what's knocking the market right now.
Do you know what state the people are in? The person?
Don't know yet. Don't know.
All right, I'm gonna bring up a browser window, and we'll find out real quick.
Sometimes when you get a bit of a sell-off like this, the market can kind of stabilize and go up. So it's trying to do that right now, but it's kind of fighting a losing battle. So now the interesting thing is we had another rebound this morning off the lows, and I got some very good buys on a lot of stocks, including XLRN, which is actually still going up. It's up $4 today, and it actually gave you a kind of a gift this morning. It opened lower, and if you've been quick enough, you might have been able to get in. But it is making new highs today, so it's not everything's going down. Now even Apple's just bounced about $1 off this low, so it looks like we're probably going to rally a bit here. To what extent, I'm not sure yet, but I think we're setting ourselves up for a potential 87 scenario, i.e. we're down today. We've tried to rally. I've said before, if we went positive today, that would be awesome, but it's looking increasingly unlikely that's going to happen. We got up near positive on the NASDAQ, after being down 40 or 50 in the night, came back to about 8 down, and now we're down about 50 again. But
Here,
you know,
I've been
what
trying to. I'm getting a chart up here of silver. This is on a daily. That's a pretty good rally. Cooking there.
Look, we're in a major kind of unfolding flag formation. And by the way, look, this is a 6 months kind of consolidation here, almost. And in 2018, it was only like a 2 month where it was kind of trapped in this 18 range. And so I think, look, this thing breaks out. The next thing you know, it's 19 and a half. We're going to go through 20. Once we go through the 20, you know, forget about it. I think we're going to go 24, 25 very, very fast. So I agree with this. Scott Miner is a guy, one of the few analysts I have.
Now, Scott, M-I-N-E-R-S?
M-A-R-D-S.
M-A...
Or Minerd, maybe it's Minerd, M-A-N-E.
Try that.
Right. Yeah, that's the guy.
This guy?
Yeah. Look, a few things. First of all, the fact that gold and silver went up on the Fed announcement yesterday, the Fed, was very bullish. The second thing is the fact that market broke down off the Fed was not very encouraging, and so we're really dealing with. Look, you don't know. The market gets fixated on right now. It's obviously fixated on the virus again. But if they announce an acquittal this afternoon, the market could skyrocket. So you never know.
Is it possible we get that?
It could get wrapped up any minute. It really could. So I think you have to be aware of that. And you have to be aware of the possibility. By the way, this Boeing, Boeing opened, got up yesterday on our call. I think Boeing is in a lot of trouble now because it's sort of actually going down. It's just popping a little bit right now, but FedEx also, FedEx opened down this morning, it rallied, and now it's selling off again. I think FedEx has got a very big problem with this virus. The whole delivery thing could be put on hold. And obviously all the airlines are in a lot of trouble too. So it
says the new patient, John, is the spouse of the Chicago woman who brought the infection back from Wuhan, the epicenter of the outbreak.
Well, that's one would expect.
So these 200 people that flew into LA yesterday, I asked my wife because she was watching it on watching a thing on the news, and she said that there's putting them in quarantine for 3 days, and then they're going to send them home and continue to monitor them. That doesn't.
Oh, it's only 3 days now.
Well, that's what she heard. 200 arrive at LAX coronavirus.
No, they didn't get into LAX. They went to a different airport. They went to some air base.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Well, that's old news there. Evacuees from Wuhan. Here we go. Coronavirus outbreak. U.S. evacuees from Wuhan to be quarantined after landing at air base near Riverside. U.S. health officials will not institute a blanket quarantine for about 200 Americans who landed at a California military base. Several passengers said they would stay at the base voluntarily. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like they would be a little more concerned. John?
Absolutely. I think they're being kind of a bit lackadaisical about it. But the next few days are going to be pretty critical and could be very very influential on the markets, because they've got these projections, sort of exponential projections, and now that we're getting up towards 10,000, it sort of goes from 10 to 50 to 100 kind of thousand. It's kind of, so if that happens, if that starts happening, then it really gets out of control.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm. So it's sort of a voluntary thing. It looks like plans to hold the passengers for 3 days, monitoring them for fever and other symptoms at least twice daily. Then if health officials determine they don't pose a danger, they can go home, but will need to be monitored by local officials for the 14-day incubation period. I don't know, this seems a little bit cavalier to me, but I guess the CDC knows. We'll all find out.
Yeah. So anyway, just the interesting thing, with the sort of, I'm probably monitoring about 40 tradable stocks, and it's really been fascinating to see how all these stocks behave today. And the signals I've been getting, unfortunately, I haven't taken all of them, but it's been going pretty well, kind of averaging about 1,000 a day so far. It should have been more. It should have been about 3,000 a day, to be honest with you. But I haven't kind of pushed the envelope yet. But I think it's kind of heading that way in the future.
Is this something you're learning or developing yourself?
It's my own thing. I've developed it myself, and
okay.
I'm sort of tweaking it at the moment, trying to figure out the best way to use it. And it's very disciplined. You have to follow the disciplines. I haven't done that as much as I wanted to, but it's because it's tough sometimes,
Very
especially
tough.
when when the market looks, even now when it's cratering, you have to be ready for sort of reversal to take place. I was watching Adobe again this morning, and it gave me a little bit of a false read because it was a bit stronger than the rest of the market, and I thought it might be leading us up again right before this breaking news knocked the market down. So, but then it fell apart pretty quick. So that's an interesting thing to keep in mind, and that's really the problem with this market right now. A lot of these stocks are potentially overpriced, and so they're kind of unraveling pretty quickly.
I think Amazon reports after the bell today. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if Amazon misses, forget about it. That would be diabolical. But I don't think there's too much to fear from Amazon. What's the word?
Missing the number?
No, actually beating the number. Because look, we had Tesla beat. Facebook is part of the reason the market's down today. But
what's up with Facebook?
Well, it's exactly what we were talking about a couple of days ago, saying that it was up at levels that previously caused it to have a tremendous fall. 120 billion loss in one day, and I think you've got to be mindful of the possibility that could happen again. It's already started down, and that's not very good news. So I think so. We're getting a bit of a rally now, as I thought. That's how good this thing is. I can kind of see it coming, even before ahead of time. And you really have to get in at the bottom if you can. There's sort of some reliable features to what I'm doing that kind of give you a little bit of a heads up.
This is a really this is a very unusual looking chart here. Does your daily look the same as mine?
Hold on a minute. Yeah. No, exactly.
It desperately wants to go in two opposite directions here.
Well, you can. That's the whole point. If something comes out and gives the market another push to the upside, you know, a lot of these stocks could recover. You know, could get out of trouble. You know, we're just as an example, if you look at the semiconductors today.
Here's the S&P, and it's just, I think it's really important that
even
everyone...
the S&P, look, you know, the fact that we're in a kind of a doji mode there is you know, something to be careful of, because, you know, if we were to start back up from here, you know, the feature of this market is we've had these sort of heart attack sell-offs, and the market's gone higher again, and we're not giving up the highs too easily by any means right now, especially with Apple, you know, making new highs. I mean, we've just gone, you know, I'm not sure. We're sort of getting a bit of a buy on a few stocks right now, but you know, this is probably one of those buys that you have to be careful of, because it might turn into a sell. So, you know, this morning the buy turned into be a great trade. There was actually you could have made $2 or $3 out of Apple on a rally. Could have made $2 on FedEx, and then you could have made another $1 or $2 on the way down. So, you know, it's really, you know, these are very good trading opportunities.
Our lowest weekly zone for the S&P this week is way down at 82.83. We don't have any major economic news coming out tomorrow morning, nothing planned. So if we take out these lows, and the low of the week so far...
Look at just go back, just pull that chart down a bit where you had it a minute ago.
Sure. Right here.
Yeah, you see the spikes there. That's the equivalent of the 9100 on the Nasdaq, and you know, we actually haven't seen a setup like that for some time, and it is potentially very negative. So, you know,
so we've got a last line of support here on the NQ at about 9,008, 9,009, and we're sitting. If this support right here gives way, that's going to put us against the lows of this session and the lows of the week. We're at 32.46 right now, and the low for the week is 32.33. If we take out that 32.33, John, it's an air pocket all the way down to 31.83.
That's why this whole thing is so dangerous right now for people who are long, because you know, we really could have an air pocket decline. You know, we have a down day. It looks like we're going to have a down day today, and you know, if we sell off this afternoon, we could actually have quite a bad down day. And you know, the VIXs and everything else are kind of suggesting that right now. You know, we have a down day today. I mean, it's going to be tough to be an up day tomorrow. So
yeah, it is, because I mean, we have no economic reports coming out to bolster the market if they were to be positive, and GDP. I mean, it hit the number right on the nose. But you know what? If that thing had come in just
was that 3.5?
Whatever the forecast was, it came in as forecast. I've got it right here. Hang on, I'll give you the number. Here it goes. It's got to reload. Okay. So today, 8:30, GDP. Oh, where is it? Oh, here it is. They were predicting 2.1, and it came in at 2.1.
Oh, okay.
But if that thing had come in, you know, anything less than what was forecast, I think that would have put a real hurt on the market today. The market's just very fragile right now. Again, a third of the S&P 500 stocks are in correction territory already. Yeah.
And look, that's why I've been saying really it's up to the FANGs. You know, if we've obviously seen Facebook roll over, Microsoft right now is up, Apple's up.
The strong can only carry the weak for so long, you know?
Yeah. Amazon will give us, you know, Google is still fairly pretty strong. But obviously, listen, if the FANGs turn down, I mean, it's curtains. That's really my kind of feeling. So we are getting a rally attempt here. Whether it can turn into anything right now remains to be seen. But
Apple, 2 doji days in a row here. A lot of
yeah, I mean,
indecision
actually,
about this thing.
that's actually a very bearish looking phenomenon.
Yeah, no, I think so.
You know, if we you know, look, if something, Apple is really vulnerable, because if they have to announce some kind of infections amongst their workers or something like that, I think that would be devastating. And the stock could, you know, just open down $5 or $10, and it wouldn't go up again. I think it would just keep going down. So you know, no matter how good these stocks are right now, we're dealing with something we've really never seen before. So you've got to be ready to, you got to expect the worst kind of thing.
One of our traders just posted this morning. Market information isn't just news. Price movement is often the news. Price does not only reflect the current opinions of value, it also creates new information that changes perceptions of value. Price is not only the effect, but it is also often the cause. And I always say, no matter what market, no matter what time frame you're in, the clock on the wall is always price. So thank you for posting that, Stefan. And, you know, I've said this for a long time, when, you know, the way it normally happens is people see something on the news and they rush to the chart to try to put on a trade. It should be the other way around. When you see, you know, the setup, the one that you know is going to bring a very tradable move, get set up on your chart, and then just go watch the news until that piece of the puzzle slides into place. So I remember you and I talking about this many years ago when we first started doing the show, that news doesn't necessarily move the chart. The chart, it's like a sixth sense. The chart can tell you that there's almost like a Geiger counter, or no, what is the seismograph? The chart tells you something's up, something's coming, and you don't know what, but you prepare for it based upon your technical analysis, and then sit in a lazy boy and watch the news until that event comes along that fulfills what the chart's telling you is coming down the pike. What else you want to look at? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I think that, you know, we kind of covered the gold and the silver. I mean, look, the gold is it's up $13-14 going into the end of the week. The gold stocks are lagging a bit, but still remaining reasonably firm. They've actually made a reversal, so the gold market is set for. I mean, it looks like we're going to. By the way, there could be a bit of window dressing this afternoon if you never know. That's something that you have to keep in mind.
It is the last. We got one more day. Wait, 30 days has September.
But sometimes the second last day, and very often, you know, which is kind of could be a surprise tomorrow. Often when the second last day is down, the last day could be up. It could still be up, so it's something to keep in mind. So, I mean, you know, it's kind of amazing. Here we go again. I got Adobe is picked up off its it's gone kind of heading back up. Quite a few stocks actually turned back up here, including FedEx and Boeing and QRVO and some of these stocks we just remarked on. So this is it's you know, it's sort of sometimes no matter how bad the market looks, if you get a signal, you just got to go for it.
Hey, Dr. Tom, welcome to the show. Join the conversation.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Keep going, John.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, Dr. Tom, that gold is pushing 1590 here, going into the end of the month, and it's obviously going to have a big month. Assuming we don't get knocked down tomorrow, we're going to have what looks to be a pretty big up month for gold that at least could potentially test new highs in February. And the silver is potentially in a runaway situation to the upside unfolding right now. So,
For me, every time gold goes up, get richer. Love it.
Yeah. So, sometimes, look, another thing is when this news comes out, it's only one person who's been infected. It kind of shocked that maybe the market overreacted to it. So now it's kind of digesting the move, and this actually right now would be the last hope rally in a way, because I think if we do go back to a sell this afternoon, that I'm right now I think given the way this market is structured here, the potential downside move from here could be quite, could go from being down like 30 or so on the Nasdaq to maybe down 100 or maybe down 150 or something.
Well, if we take out the bottom of this channel, that's a pretty steep incline and just a shallow retracement.
Yeah.
Well, we're not that far off the 24% fib, 38%, which would bring us, and this is an area I've been looking at over here for weeks, 31.55.
Yeah.
And I 3,100. That's kind of the number that I have in mind. If this thing, if we crack that, we've got an obstacle right across here, 31.83, and down we go to 3,100, and there's no guarantees it stops at 3,100.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
So, I better hand it over to Dr. Tom, but thanks very much for the invite.
Well, John, thank you. All right.
All the best.
We'll talk with
Bye.
you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Have a good day, John.
So, what's John Bolton trying to achieve? Sell his book?
That book could make him millions of dollars.
It's going to, yeah.
Yeah, especially with all the stuff that the White House security people told him that he had to take out because it was top secret, and then a couple of days later it shows up in the New York Times. I don't think the White House leaked it.
Yeah.
So all Les can do is tantalize people. They're already getting hundreds of thousands of orders for his book, and it doesn't come out for over a month and a half.
Oh yeah, whoever his agent is, whoever his literary agent is, they masterminded this real good.
Yeah, coming out with the announcement while the impeachment trial is going on, while the Democrats are trying to push for him to be a witness. I mean, superb timing on his part.
Yep.
Sneaky, slimy timing, but
Right.
still smart.
Yeah, very true. So, what are your thoughts on this virus?
Well, it's fortunately 99% of the cases are still in China.
Well, they just I don't know if you saw this. We had breaking news a few minutes ago. The first human-to-human transmission has occurred here in the U.S. It was confirmed this morning. Someone in Chicago. The wife came back from China, and now the husband has it, or vice versa. The husband came back, and now the wife has it in Chicago.
Fortunately, the death toll has not been that high. It's a very small percentage. In China, there's about 1,000 new people being diagnosed every day. I think there's a total of 170 people have died over there out of tens of thousands that have the flu.
Right.
But China's actually doing something smart for a change. They've pretty much locked down the country. You can't travel anywhere.
And Russia has blocked their border.
Yeah.
They will not. Yeah,
No Chinese people coming in here.
Nope.
And in China, people are pretty much confined to their own towns, and they just are staying inside. So you go through a lot of those towns, it's like a ghost town. So it's hurting the Chinese economy for sure. They're manufacturing stuff here; they can't move it over there. But
most things made in China don't last very long, so let's hope this follows suit.
I'll have to steal that one. It's a good line.
Somebody posted it in our Telegram channel this morning.
Oh, so it's not original to you?
No, it's not original to me. Sorry.
Okay.
Did you want the screen?
Well, let me ask you. I've got two things on my mind today.
Okay.
Tomorrow night at 11 o'clock, there's been very little press on it because of the trial, but Brexit actually takes place in a little over 24 hours. So I've got some very interesting material, this, background, not to help people really understand what Great Britain is, the difference between England and Great Britain and the United Kingdom and the British Empire and the Commonwealth and so on, that would help people understand how this is going to affect the world economy, how it's going to affect our economy, and so on. So I've got that. I've got things. But also, I wrote an article that I'm really passionate about. It's called "President Trump is Exonerated Forever."
Yeah, good. That's good.
So, which would you rather run with? I don't know whether you've already talked a lot about the impeachment and everything already.
No, we really haven't. I think let's do that. Let's talk about the president being exonerated forever.
Okay. Well, I don't need the slides then for that because this is an article. But the Wicked Witch of the West, Nancy Pelosi, she pretended like it's such a sad thing to have to impeach the president.
Oh my goodness, it was so solemn.
And somber. Don't forget somber.
Yeah, the funeral procession kind of a thing where they walk over. Oh, yeah. What high drama.
She tried to get the House members to wear black,
Yeah.
But a lot of them were laughing and smiling, and she was trying to keep a straight face. But she made this really ridiculous statement. She said, well, he may be acquitted. Well, there's no may. Everybody, there's no question in anybody's mind he'll be acquitted. The only question still is whether they're going to waste more time, weeks or months, with new witnesses. But it's a done deal. He's exonerated. That's why I put the headline up a week early, because it's done. But she said, if they acquit him, then that will be a cover-up. Seriously.
This guy, he'll never win in their eyes. No way. No.
Yeah. I mean, they're accusing the Senate of covering up crimes if they come to a verdict she doesn't like. It's like some of these riots we've had. If a police officer is found not guilty, then people riot and smash things, smash stores. If he's found guilty, they riot and smash things, smash stores, beat people up. It's like you can't win for losing. But when she said that, immediately this title came to my mind, where she said, even if he is found guilty, he's still impeached forever, and that's just not true. President will be exonerated, and that's forever. It's like Tom DeLay. I had dinner with him one time, former Speaker of the House, Republican.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
He lives in the Dallas area, and he went through this whole years and years that it bankrupted him, attack by the Democrat, not Attorney General, but the prosecutor, the state's attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And he just would not let it go. There was no proof. He was, found not guilty and so on. But it was strictly a political not prosecution, persecution.
Mm-hmm.
But now, people will go around and say, oh, Tom DeLay was indicted. They say Tom DeLay was found not guilty. That's going to be the same thing with the president. So good luck, Nancy, on trying to make people believe that he's tainted somehow. That's what this whole thing is about. I mean,
well, yeah, it's to imprint on the psyche of America that he's guilty. He was impeached. The president was impeached, and for most people that means, oh, well, then he did a bad thing. He got caught, and and out of the goodness of their hearts, perhaps, the Democrats went ahead and let him keep his job, up to the election. But he's going to get reelected.
Well,
don't they understand that? And every day they drag this out, the more confident I am that he's going to beat Hillary.
Yeah, he'll beat anybody. He'll be anybody they put up against him. To me, this whole impeachment thing.
Well, she's the only hope they have. I mean, I don't think she can beat him, but I think she would have a better chance of beating him than anyone else. So if she's waiting to make a grand entrance to this race, I mean, there's got to be some kind of a clock here. When does time run out for somebody to step forward and go, yeah, my hat's in the ring?
Well, if you go to a convention and there's not a really clear winner, there's not an overwhelming number of votes going into the convention,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes to a brokered convention,
Okay.
they can put Jimmy Carter up. I mean, seriously,
Wow.
they can put anybody up they want to. In a broker convention, that kind of, in fact, that's how Jimmy Carter was the nominee originally. He was an unknown nobody from Georgia.
Peanut farmer.
Yeah, and the people that went in there strong, nobody got enough votes on any of the, usually the nominees pretty much decided, and in the first ballot, they're confirmed, and that's that. So there's not a lot of drama at political conventions anymore. It used to be, but not much. But in the case of Jimmy Carter, I don't even remember who he was running against now, but I do know that nobody was getting the ballots, and they kept voting and voting and voting. And finally, they went in the back rooms and decided to put him up there because he didn't have a lot of baggage, and he became the nominee. So they could put Hillary up, but frankly,
Gerald Ford. He defeated the incumbent Republican Gerald Ford. Bless you. Oh, bless
but
you.
that I remembered. But I'm talking about who were the Democrats that he was running against for the nomination.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Because there was a couple of them that came in there. One was the strongest, another was pretty strong, but it wasn't a fait accompli. That's why they had to do the ballots. And so they just kept doing ballots and nobody won. But if Hillary is the best that they can put forward, then the Democrat Party is in really, really serious shape. Because all she's done for the last 3 years is whine about the fact that she should have won and it was unfair, and blaming everybody in the world, including the DNC.
Well, here's who Carter ran against: Jerry Brown, George Wallace.
Okay, Jerry Brown is a flake. They called him Governor Moonbeam.
Yeah,
remember?
George Wallace was a racist.
A racist,
Morris
right?
Udall, Henry Jackson, Frank Church.
Don't remember much about him.
Me either. Frank Church, I know nothing about. Robert Byrd. Sergeant Shriver. I think people remember him just because of the unusual name.
Well, also because he's part of the Kennedy family.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
But as far as Byrd, I mean, this guy was a grand wizard in the Ku Klux Klan.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He actually was. And he ended up being the president pro tempore of the Senate, which doesn't really mean a lot. It's just that's the oldest, the longest in office senator.
Mm-hmm.
But that puts him in the line of succession. So we would have had a grand wizard in the White House if a whole bunch of people had gotten killed or bumped off. Because he was acting the line of succession. But the first two you mentioned were the strong ones. Okay.
Yeah, after that, it's Fred Harris, Birch Baugh, Lloyd Vinson, Terry Sanford, Milton Schaap, Walter Fauntleroy, and Ellen McCormick, a housewife. Interesting. Ellen McCormick, a housewife.
Yeah. And this time, they've got a guy who's not even a Democrat. Right now is in the lead for the Democrat nomination. I think that's just hilarious. You've got a homosexual who will never, ever, I'm working on an article right now, can a homosexual ever win the White House? And the answer is no.
Yeah,
I mean,
we talked about that.
Yeah.
About the implications that it would have with other world leaders who...
Oh, yes. Yeah. So you've got that's two of them. You've got Joe Biden, who has, if he's sort of like what are those people that the people that are the living dead? What do they call them?
Zombies?
Zombies. Yeah. Joe Biden's a zombie. He's already been killed twice trying to run for president. Yeah. And now he's trying to zombie his way in.
I feel sorry for the guy. He even said himself the other day that he says, I got to pick a much younger running mate because I'm so old. I mean, I think they said he would be 78 or would it be 80 when he takes office? What is?
Let me look that up.
Alexa, how old is Biden?
Joe Biden is 77 years old.
He's 77, so he'd be 78.
He'd be 78, which means there's no way he can make a second term. So that's why it's...
well, why not?
It would be...
Just because of his age, you mean?
78, yeah, he'd be 84.
Right.
Trying to run for a second term.
Right.
It's
I know. Okay, all right. There's no actual age limit. I mean, I know you got to be 35 to run, but there is no upper limit. Okay, all right, gotcha.
Exactly. It's just that, I think that the Democrats would be crazy to put either him or Sanders in because it's a lot of work to get somebody in the White House. And if there's no realistic possibility of them being reelected, why put them in there in the first place? Put somebody in there who's a youngster like Lion Liz Warren, she's only 70. All right.
She looks good for 70. She does.
She does. I mean, that's what $250,000 worth of plastic surgery will do for you.
Yeah, right.
But the only one that I think that makes any sense at all is this Amy Klobuchar. I've watched her in the debates, and she's actually a sensible kind of middle-of-the-road sort of person. She's not your way flaky left progressive communist socialist like Bernie and Elizabeth Warren. So they'd be smart, say, first woman president, but putting Hillary up, I mean, after all the things that she's done, she could still be prosecuted for crimes that she committed that Obama wouldn't prosecute her for. I think Trump's just been waiting for his second term, because a lot of times presidents do things in their second term that it's not very smart to do the first term. It might hurt the re-election possibilities. But in the second term, I think he's going to let loose the Justice Department and prosecute her for violations of the National Secrets Act.
Right. No. Yeah, I mean, that's, that thing is, all of this persecution, not prosecution, but persecution of Trump. And here she sits, the Teflon, whatever. I mean, nothing sticks to her or Bill. It's amazing. They just do whatever they want and they get away with it. Yeah,
I wrote an article recently,
and people die.
well, yeah, the people that died, but just as far as the actual crimes, Trump has committed no crime, and the Democrats are alleging no crimes in their articles. But Bill Clinton actually committed crimes. He raped women. He sexually abused women. He used his office to force women to sleep with him. And so one wag made the statement that it would be easier to count the women in Washington, D.C. That he hadn't gone to bed with than the ones that he had,
So why did she? What was the young woman's name? Monica Lewinsky. Why did she end up turning on on him? I mean, apparently, I got a feeling they had a pretty cozy little relationship, pretty cozy little thing going on. But then something suddenly. I know she wrote a book, or her story's been told, but I don't remember.
But even before that, he turned on her.
Oh, he turned on her. In what way?
Well, he and Hillary both started saying really negative things about her, calling her a tramp, and not in those words, but implying that she was, a loose woman and all that kind of thing.
Okay, well, now is that because is that after she broke the news? After she started telling the story? I mean, why did it not stay a cozy little arrangement? Is it because Hillary found out and Bill told her, we got to knock it off because my wife knows? Or
I personally think that Hillary's known all along. I mean, even back to when he was doing the same thing in Arkansas, you can't keep that kind of thing secret.
Oh, yes, she ran interference for him in many of the incidents. The stories that are told.
He had Arkansas state troopers bringing young women to his hotel room, and he was exposing himself to them and, promising them this if they would sleep with him and threatening them with that if they didn't and so on. There's no way that Hillary Clinton did not know. I think that she and Bill Clinton probably hadn't slept together in decades because if you listen to the Secret Service people who have no reason to lie about it, after they're no longer in the White House, there's story after story after story of her throwing vases at him, calling him an effing idiot, and belittling him in front of his staff. She hated him, but he had promised her that she would be the first woman president, and so she was expecting to be coronated.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Dr. Tom.
Sure.
Individuals are now on medication.
This is the World Health Organization, a live
behavioral support and wraparound services that they need.
Lincoln Davies, who was dating Dawn Dunning in 2000.
That's not it. It's supposed to be starting any minute now. I thought that was it starting there.
Oh, like a press conference?
Yeah, Stefan put it in. Let's see. Who meeting has been pushed? They pushed it up an hour. Thank you very much for updating that. It was supposed to be 1:30 Eastern. Now it's been pushed up to 2:30. So we won't read anything into that. We'll just.
They're talking about making it a global emergency, but so far the international people have resisted that since, like I say, 99% of the people are in China.
When's the last? Has that ever been done before? Or what you just said?
During the Black Plague.
Well, yeah, speaking of the Black Plague, I was just getting ready to show you or read to you. I shared this with the audience yesterday. I gotta get my little Telegram app open. But there seems to be, and I think these numbers have been fudged a little bit. But, here we go.
Shocking news media fudging numbers.
No.
Who would ever believe that?
Not in America. Okay. So, here we go. Okay. Here comes, all right. In 1320, we had the bubonic plague. 1420, we had the Black Plague. 1520, we had smallpox. 1720, the plague of Marseille. 1820, the cholera epidemic. 1920, the Spanish flu. And now here we are at 2020. Coronavirus?
You missed the avian flu, and that also originated in China.
Okay, well, the year that stood out to me, it goes 1320, 1420, 1520, then it skips 1620, which is when the Pilgrims landed. It goes from 1520 to 1720. So the one you're talking about, what year was that?
The avian flu? Let me check. Because that killed a lot of people, too.
Well, we're only talking stuff that ends in the, that has a 20 in the number. 1320, 1420, 1520.
Well, here's an interesting thing. Because of avian flu China 2020, is history repeating itself? But actually, the bird flu actually happened a long time before now. But I see. They're saying the bird flu, SARS, coronavirus is history repeating itself.
So starting in 1320, I mean, the basic thesis here is that something really bad happens every 100 years. But
yeah,
again,
and there could have been something happened in that year that just really didn't get that much attention.
1620, the Pilgrims landed in America, and they brought with them many diseases from Europe, things Native Americans had never encountered before, and many Native Americans died just from coming in contact with the white man.
Well, that happened in the island of Hispaniola, where Haiti and the Dominican Republic are. There was 2 tribes of native people on that island, and once Christopher Columbus discovered Hispaniola, I think the people that lived there for thousands of years probably thought they discovered it, but since he was European, he discovered it, right? They brought Western diseases that no one there was equipped to handle, and almost every single one of the natives died. Okay, so the bird flu is in 1997. That started in China, and I believe the SARS epidemic also started in China because their health infrastructure is horrible.
It did.
Okay.
Well, and they eat some. Turns out they eat some pretty unusual things. There was a video, I think it was on YouTube. Chinese lady was eating a bowl of soup, and she goes, "Bat soup, tastes like chicken," and they made them they took it down because it's too fresh. I mean, people are still dying. People are still dropping in the streets. Have you seen any of these videos that have come out of Wuhan? Individuals with their cell phone, that kind of stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, they've quarantined the whole area there.
Yeah, this one that I watched yesterday, this guy's, he gets dressed to go to the store to try to get a few groceries. And he puts on 2 masks. He put on like some surgical gloves, I think it was, and then, like some big, thick winter gloves. It's cold there. And he made his way through the streets, and it's like he was walking through a ghost town. There were a couple people in the market that he went to, and there was a line of people out the door of a pharmacy. But beyond that, there were no people. All the public transportation's been shut down.
I saw one guy in Wuhan that took one of those, like 5-gallon water bottles and cut the top of it off, where the spout is and everything, and put it over his head as a helmet in addition to wearing masks.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, they're right to be afraid, and it's going to get worse because people won't be able to get any food. All Western stores have closed down. Any Western-owned store in China, they're just shutting them down and trying to get the people out.
Well, I'm just surprised these 100, what was it, 100 or 200 people? I get 200 that flew in yesterday to California from Wuhan. They're putting them in a voluntary 3-day isolation. And after that, they're going to let them go home. They're going to still monitor them daily.
Right.
I thought that was sort of a cavalier approach to this. If it's bad enough, you got to get them out of the country. I mean, I know people want to get home, be with their family, but at what risk? I mean, I was just surprised that they're only holding
they
them
didn't
3
allow
days.
it to fly. They didn't allow it to fly directly into the United
LAX.
States.
They went to a military base
in Alaska, and they tested them all very thoroughly there first.
Oh, and then brought them to California.
And then brought them to California and tested them again, and then they put them in this confinement. And if anybody has even any slight suspicion, they'll keep them under quarantine. The rest of them, they're gonna let them go home. That cruise ship, Italian cruise ship, there was a Chinese couple on there that was sick with the flu, and they quarantined 1,700 people that wouldn't allow them off the ship.
Wow.
And they finally did let them off after after doing again testing and but the thing is that depending a lot on people telling the truth, like, have you been feeling sick? Have you thrown up? Have you been having a runny nose or anything like that? And if people think that they're okay and they want to go home, they can lie about it. So
right.
It could impact us here, but I think since December, the CDC, from what I've read, has been working on a containment plan that if we did have an outbreak here, they would just rush in and try to put a stop to it.
Well, and of course, the conspiracy theorist, I haven't heard anyone blame Trump for this.
I'm shocked.
I know,
really am.
but they are blaming.
Sure
they are blaming
him.
Bill Gates, and I'm not gonna say he's innocent. He's, I used to have a conspiracy theorist. It was before you and I got together. A fellow by name of Wayne Jett, nice guy, but he was big on the Pizzagate and climate change, and he talked about all these different things. He came once a week. And he was big on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That whole thing about selective population, how they want to kill off most of the world so that they can have it to themselves. Hello, they're not going to live forever. I mean, unless they know something we don't.
Well, there's one thing that people called a conspiracy theory for years and years and years, and then turned out to be absolutely true. And that was that awful woman, can't think of her name right now, that founded Planned Parenthood. And she believes strongly in eugenics. So all the original Planned Parenthood's abortion mills were in black neighborhoods because she referred to black people as monkeys and as unworthy of life and so on.
Are you talking about the woman that ended up chopped up in a plastic bag buried somewhere? Are we talking about the same lady?
I don't know about that.
No. I'm thinking of the lady who Madeline
Mary O'Hare. Yeah,
Madeline
she
O'Hare.
did get chopped up. Yeah.
I read a story about her life,
and it rebuts everything she said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And now Trump, Trump's putting prayer back in schools.
Yeah, but Planned Parenthood, people have no idea how evil that organization is. I mean, eugenics is selective murder of people that are considered unworthy of life. So, Hitler was the first really famous eugenics person.
Is that the definition of eugenics? I get that confused with eubonics.
No, it's not the same as eubonics. It's basically selective breeding. They just determine, okay, these people shouldn't be alive, so we'll sterilize them. Matter of fact, Planned Parenthood, when they did the abortions on these black women way back when, I mean, like I say, if they were really just concerned about abortion rights, there would have been abortion mills everywhere. But they were mainly in black neighborhoods, and in many cases, while they were doing the abortion, they went ahead and sterilized the women, okay, so that they couldn't breed, as she called them, as she called it. It was, and for a long time, it was so awful that people couldn't believe that it was true. I wish I could find that article. I did a lot of research on that one. And still today, you know, they've had people go in with secret microphones to buy body parts from aborted babies, something that Planned Parenthood claims never happened. And then all of a sudden these videos appear. And
is this part of the Veritas? Is this part of the Veritas project that you're talking about? Veritas?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but I do know that I've seen the videos, and they're actually talking to top Planned Parenthood people and negotiating prices for the body parts of these aborted babies. So that gives them that much more reason to abort babies. So it's awful. It's really awful. But the woman who founded Planned Parenthood believed that black people were not worthy of life, and she called it the Negro problem. The fact that they existed was the problem.
Wow.
Yeah. So, you know, just because you're neurotic doesn't mean people aren't out to get you. And just because you've got a conspiracy theory doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, I've heard the one. I've heard that with the conspiracy theory. Or no, just how did that one? No, the one I heard. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. There you go. That's the one I've heard.
Well, there's one good one. If people go to conservativetruth.org or .com, either one. It was a May article. Planned Parenthood admits to deceptive advertising, and they were, you know, telling people that we're just here to help you with your health care, but really, you know, and they talk about, well, we do breast exams and so on. You know, we're all about women's health, but only just a tiny percentage, less than 5% of other activities have anything to do with health care, and 95% or better is murdering babies. So we're funding it. Taxpayers are funding it. That's what makes me furious.
I'm on the archives page at conservativetruth.org. When did you say that article was?
It was May 29, 2017. Planned Parenthood admits to deceptive advertising.
Is there a search box on the site?
Yeah, if you just do Control F, that's how I found that. I typed in planned.
P-L-A-N-N-E-D. There we go. Russia's planned invasion of New York. Nope. Planned economy or planned destruction? Nope. Planned Parenthood admits to deceptive advertising. Got it.
Right. Okay, here's the one I was thinking about. I just typed in Hillary up there. June 6, 2016. Hillary admires the woman who vowed to exterminate inferior people. And she makes it very clear. And Margaret Sanger is her name, the founder of Planned Parenthood. The kindest thing that a large family can do for its youngest member is to kill it. Okay.
Now, where are you quoting? Are you quoting this from your site?
From my article, right.
Okay, so let me go back to
June 6th of 2016.
Archives, Control F.
And I have a link to some actual video of her being interviewed, I think, by Morley Safer about how how she feels. You know, with she.
What should I search? What's my search term to find the recent article that you just mentioned, the last one?
Search for inferior. That's easier. I searched for Hillary and had 16 hits. It took me a while to find it. But
exterminate inferior people.
Right.
Hillary admires a woman who vowed to exterminate.
Oh yeah, Hillary said, "I admire Margaret Sanger enormously." Margaret Sanger founded the evil Planned Parenthood organization to make her dream of a world without racially inferior people possible. Okay. And she said, colored people are like human weeds that need to be exterminated. These are exact quotes from this woman.
Well, now this is you writing. That exact phrase cannot be found in her books and articles, so there's some questions about the authenticity. However, there's no controversy about this quote on April 8th, 1923, in the New York Times, which expresses the same sentiment.
Right.
So you're looking at it. Speaking of birth control,
she told the reporter.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
She told the reporter it means the release and eugenics, birth control, sterilization, abortion. It means the release and cultivation of the better racial elements in our society, and the gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extirpation of defective breeding stocks, those human weeds who threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization.
That's about as mean-spirited as you can get. What does extirpation mean? It sounds like extermination. I guess it's along the same lines.
Yeah. Complete obliteration.
Sanger opened the first birth control clinic in 1916. In 21, she founded the American Birth Control League, later renamed Planned Parenthood. Birth control sounds innocent enough, but for Sanger, the goal was always sterilization and abortion.
Yeah. She wrote. She had a book titled "Women and the New Race," and that involved the elimination of inferior people, not just blacks, although that was her favorite target, but also poor people. Because if you're poor, it means that you're defective. You don't know how to make money, and disabled people. So she wanted to start a new race. So she said, birth control is essentially moral, and she includes abortion and birth control. Its general, though prudent practice must lead to a higher individuality and access to a cleaner race. How are we to breed a race of human thoroughbreds unless we follow the same plan? We must make this country into a garden of children instead of a disorderly backlot overrun with human weeds. And she referred to black people numerous times as human weeds.
Well, many of this group are diseased, feeble-minded, and are of the pauper element, dependent upon the normal and fit members of society for their support. The disease and the feeble-minded. Well, I was taught that the strong carry the weak. It's what we do. Social welfare, I'm all for it if a person is diseased or feeble-minded. Now, if they just want to lay on the couch and watch Springer, I have an issue with that.
Right. But she doesn't like even poor people. She talks about the disease, the feeble-minded, and the pauper element that depended on normal people. And she goes and says, there's no doubt in the minds of all thinking people that procreation of this group should be stopped. So she believed in forced sterilization of both men and women. But it wasn't that she was a racist. She wanted to create her own race, a race that she approved of, just like Hitler. Yeah, just like Hitler.
It says here, the only people on Hitler's extermination list that she missed were Jews, but perhaps she included them in the religious category. What was it she said about religion? I don't think we've read that yet, have we?
She put religion
or whose
kind of in with mentally deficient.
Whose religious scruples prevent their exercising control over their numbers. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, she's talking mostly there to Catholics, because Catholics don't believe in birth control in what normal people think of as birth control, using condoms or birth control pills or whatever. In her mind, birth control also, like I say, included sterilization and abortion.
Well, I remember as a kid, I think where I grew up, small town in Georgia, I think condoms were widely accepted, but the birth control pill, when did that become a thing? It was in the 60s that it became available for the first time? Because I know that the people down south in Georgia, I remember there being a lot of controversy about the birth control pill, but I never heard anybody condemn condoms. Now, if I'd been raised Catholic,
condoms
might be different.
Condoms were actually made back in the 1600s.
Right.
They were made out of lamb's intestines.
Lambskin, yeah. So,
yeah.
So when did the pill come along?
The pill, I think, was an invention of the 50s or 60s. I'd have to look it up.
I think it... the birth of the pill. Now, if nobody's written a book under that title, I probably should. The birth of the pill. There we go. The birth of the pill, how 4 crusaders reinvented sex. So there is a book already, The Birth of the Pill. Makes sense. Okay.
She wrote a book that Hillary also admired called The Function of Sterilization. There is only one reply to a request for a higher birth rate among the intelligent, and that is for the government to first take the burden of the insane and feeble-minded from your back. Mandatory sterilization for these is the answer. And
is this still on that same page that we were on your site?
Yeah.
Okay.
She also said that it's the duty of the government to sterilize deaf mutes.
I see this.
People who are born blind, mentally deficient, and others whose misfortunes are transmissible. I don't see how in the world she thinks somebody being blind can be transmitted to other people.
Being born a deaf mute, is that genetically transferred?
No, of course not.
I didn't think so. Okay.
But she seemed to think it was.
I got you, yeah.
Because she said, and others whose misfortunes are transmissible. And this sort of infected our whole society. There's an article called The History of Forced Sterilization and Current U.S. Abuses. Mm-hmm. It describes how the U.S. and state governments sterilized untold numbers of men, women, and even children. For instance, in a 1965 survey of Puerto Rican women, they found that 1/3 of them had been sterilized due to government influence and often coercion. That's 10 times the number of sterilizations of U.S. women.
Now, is that Puerto Rican women living in the U.S. or Puerto Rican women living in Puerto Rico?
In Puerto Rico.
Okay.
In Puerto Rico. It was a direct result of government concerns over overpopulation, about overpopulation in the U.S. territory.
Has anybody ever taken a drive through Arizona or Nevada? We got a whole lot of room before we run out of space for people to live. Now, I've noticed when we moved out to South Mountain here in Phoenix back in 2005, this used to be all rolling farmland. Well, it doesn't roll too much, but it's farmlands, and they were building subdivisions, and it was an area that was, building up, as they call it. Fast forward 15 years, and now it's become a place where even to go to the store to get groceries or just to go get something to eat is a chore because you got to fight with the traffic. So,
right.
But when I hear people talking about overpopulation, I mean, there's people that still seem to be. I know that was a big thing some years ago. We're going to run out of room. We're going to run out of room. But the first time I drove from California to Arizona, remember I'm a small town country boy. First time I drove from California to Phoenix, and I drove through all of that open. I realize it's desert, and it gets a little warm out there. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing about the fear of the world becoming overpopulated.
Well, there's way more food than we could ever use. The only problems we have with food are in command economies, which are economies where the government controls everything. So usually
like
socialist,
Cuba.
communist.
Cuba, yeah.
Yeah. So, Cuba's a good example. Fertile land, and so my wife was born there. And she told me lots of stories about what happened in there. But the government would tell the farmers what they could plant, and it didn't matter whether that crop was suitable for that area. They would just assign them, and then they say that's all you can plant. But then they wouldn't give them the seeds. So, this has happened in China. It's happened in Russia. Any place where the government takes control of the economy. But just to kind of wrap up the forced sterilization thing, I will conclude this discussion of forced sterilization with the story of a woman who was sterilized without her knowledge. To our everlasting shame, 31 U.S. states passed sterilization and/or eugenic laws. 31 states. Many of them forced people in state institutions, like mental institutions, to undergo sterilizations. Sterilizations were often performed without people's knowledge or consent. None of these programs would have existed without what Hillary Clinton describes as Margaret Sanger's courage and pioneering work. Sanger's crusade is directly responsible for the sterilization of hundreds of thousands of women. So here's the example. It's just one example out of thousands. In 1967, that's not that long ago, guys, 13-year-old Elaine Reddick was raped by a neighbor and became pregnant. As if that weren't horrible enough, she was then again raped by North Carolina's eugenics board while she got an abortion. The board in Raleigh never met her. They took the recommendation of the hospital, who said she was, quote, feeble-minded and promiscuous. They also said her grades were poor and she didn't get along well with other students. Imagine how many hundreds of thousands of students in this country that could be said of.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But Elaine was black and powerless, so the state of North Carolina butchered her. They sterilized her without her permission. Years later, when she married and tried to have children, she found out what the government had done to her.
Wow.
And that's our government. So
it began as a way to control welfare spending on poor white women and men, but over time, North Carolina shifted focus targeting more blacks than whites. So let's summarize what we know about Sanger. Racist, supremacist, targeted black women for abortions, advocated for forced sterilization. Thanks to her pioneering work, forced sterilization continues in the U.S. today. She wanted the government to issue licenses for approved people to have babies.
Yeah, like they do in China. The one-child policy.
Well, they shot themselves in the foot with that, because now they don't have enough people. They don't have the workforce that they need. So now there's some incentives, I think, for families to have 2 children and more.
Yeah, but when they had that underway, the law of unintended consequences, they had no Social Security system, so your Social Security was having a male child who could run the farm and support you when you're too old.
Yeah.
So if they had a female child, they would kill them. And so that's where there's so many orphanages that came up where people could bring their female child and pretend like they never had a child, and then keep on trying to have a male child. And that's why there were tens of thousands of Chinese girl babies. If you wanted to adopt a male baby in China, the only one you would be able to adopt would be someone who had defects or was deformed or whatever. But as far as a healthy baby, only girls. But here's the people that Sanger actually mentioned in her
looking at the list.
many books and articles that shouldn't be allowed to reproduce and should undergo forced sterilization. Feeble-minded, epileptics, the blind, deaf mutes, people she considered promiscuous, alcoholics, morons, the insane, the poor, the unemployed, and anyone without pure blood, whatever the heck that is. And then in the video that you see in the article with Mike Wallace, I said Morley Safer, it's Mike Wallace in 1952, she made it clear she didn't believe in Christianity, she didn't believe in God, she didn't believe adultery or fornication was sin, and she said that homosexuality is not perversion. she kind of liked homosexuality because people, homosexuals can't reproduce.
Well, and I've heard, from more than one source that Hillary plays for the other team, if you know what I mean. So.
Yeah, I have heard that, but
I mean, with Bill Clinton for her husband, I can't say I blame her, but anyway.
Yeah. So, still today, the leading cause of death among blacks is abortion. Okay?
Wow.
Since 1973, legal abortion has killed more African Americans than AIDS, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and violent crime combined. So we hear so much about gun violence in black neighborhoods. And of course, we know that black people are much more susceptible to heart disease and diabetes. But all of those put together don't kill as many black people as abortion. And in general, every week, more blacks die in American abortion mills than were killed in the entire Vietnam War. Okay. So the largest group of abortionists in the U.S. is Planned Parenthood, started by this evil, demonic woman, Margaret Sanger. And Hillary admired her courage, and she loves Planned Parenthood. I was on another radio show earlier today, and the host asked me what I thought about Hillary Clinton becoming the Democrat nominee. And I said, well, with the weak field they've got.
I think it's going to happen, but I mean, when's the... Oh, we were just talking about that. When's the date? When's the cutoff date? I mean, don't we have... what comes up next week? February 2nd, February 3rd? Is the caucus? Is that what they call it?
Well, the Iowa caucuses are happening, but... Next week, right? Yeah, it's too late for Hillary to get on the ballot in a lot of the important states. And so, but if there's a broker convention, they could pull her in. And I wish they would, I would love to see Donald Trump run against.
I would rather see her lose than any of the rest of them. I agree. Yeah. I mean, this article alone is enough to. So the reason now, this part here, when the Planned Parenthood Federation of America gave the Margaret Sanger Award to Hillary Clinton for her contributions to the advancement of women's health care, Clinton lavished praise on Sanger and the murderous organization she founded. Because of the controversy that followed, Clinton saying how much she admired Sanger, Planned Parenthood removed her remarks from their website, but I was able to locate them. Go Dr. Tom, see the video below. Guys, I think you should watch this. So go to conservativetruth.org. When you get there, hit Control F on your keyboard, which will bring up a little search box just like this. And you can use the search term inferior, and it'll bring this page up.
And if for some reason Hillary does run, I will absolutely republish this article.
Oh,
with great fanfare.
I'll go from door to door and post it. I'll go knocking on doors and hand out flyers. Yeah, I'm serious. Can you imagine what would happen to after all Trump's done? Do you know how much damage she could do to this country in 4 years?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's frightening. And she's another one of those Walking Dead. I mean, she's run for president twice. She's been crushed twice. So why would either she or Biden think that a third time would be the charm?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Wayne in the audience made a comment. Theory, if Hillary becomes the running mate of Biden or Bloomberg, both old, and the unthinkable happens, they win, she would become president if something happened to the POTUS. The line of succession. I mean,
that's true.
And we're talking Hillary Clinton. I'd be because of that very scenario, I'd be afraid to have her for running mate, because no sooner am I sworn in than her and Bill are figuring out how they're going to mysteriously kill me. Like the poor guy who was found locked inside of the coffee shop, shot with one caliber gun in the forehead, another caliber gun in the back of the head, and it was called suicide.
Yeah.
Hey, Garrett, I didn't know you were here. Let me open up your mic.
The one that really gets me is Vince Foster. He's found in a public park, a federal park, and the reason for that is because
Garrett, keep going.
The park police don't have the ability to investigate murders. They mostly just, keep people from littering the parks and chase off pesky chipmunks. But the guy's shot in the head, right? Mm-hmm. But there's no pool of blood under his head. So that should make you suspicious right there.
Right.
He obviously didn't die there. Secondly, the gun was found 6 feet away from his body. Well, you pull the trigger and your brain immediately stops working. There's no reflex or anything that would toss it 6 feet away. And there was at least a dozen other things that indicate that the guy was murdered. But the Clintons insisted that it was suicide. And before it was even reported, Hillary was there in his office with her people, going through all his files and taking things out. Okay. Wow. And of course, in a suicide, his house and his office are a crime scene.
Go ahead, Garrett.
I was just going to say, how long is it going to take for people to wake up? I mean, that's one of many. How about Ron Brown? How about the young kid Seth, who was so idealistic? How about the bankers that were found? One guy committed suicide with a nail gun. Somehow was, and he was my hero because I think there were 11 nails in his head. I'm thinking if I put a nail gun in my head and pull the trigger once, I'm probably not going to do it the second time. So the bottom line is very simple. We should have known this 20 years ago, but America is now getting dumber because of the dumbing down of America. And we talk about these things. Look, it's not a discussion at this point. If somebody's discussing this, they're not even thinking. This is a given. I mean, Ron Brown, go grab the list. They're like Vince Foster. Vince Foster is pretty obvious, but it's pretty clear, isn't it, that certain high-level Republicans and Democrats want that. I don't know whether they want that to happen per se, but they're certainly not going to do anything about it. I mean, look at this fiasco with the impeachment. I mean, there's one. If we told people 20 years ago, they'd say, "Hey, we have one party that's for the Constitution and for this and for protecting the borders and so forth, and one that's against this, and they even believe that there's 24 sexes amongst a number of other ridiculous things." 20 years ago, people would have said, well, no, that's obviously we'd be with the other party, and you don't name the parties. You just say, hey, here's what happens. Which one are you going to be? Oh, no question, I'm going to be with this one. You talk to them today, and they're adamantly with the other one. So what do you do? I mean, in other words, I don't even think discussing this makes any sense. You've got people like Romney that everybody thinks, well, he's such a good man, and John McCain. I said, well, maybe. Whether he's a good man or not, I don't know. But I said, I'll tell you one thing, neither one of those guys are on your side. These are guys that would cover up the Vince Foster thing and every other one. I mean, look at Democrats can charge, arrest, convict, and imprison innocent people. And if we think, oh, that's horrible, so we hate those people, that's terrible, you go over to the Republican side. Well, what do you get there? Well, they're against all this and they're for things that we like and so forth, but have they been able to charge or arrest or convict or imprison guilty people? I I mean, the Democrats can do it with innocent people. The Republicans are so impotent, they can't do it. They can't even get him. They can't arrest Hillary Clinton. I mean, you mentioned the stuff about Vince Foster. How about the 30,000 emails? Oh, well, that's evidence? Oh, well, I eliminated it. Sorry. What are you going to do about it? And the answer, apparently nothing. We're not going to do anything about it. Oh, and by the way, I did this FISA document. I had it paid for, and it's all a lie. And what are you going to do about that? Well, no, we're going to complain a little bit, and then we'll go away. We're sorry. We hope we haven't bothered you. She probably will become president. What if Bloomberg goes in there and says, "Hey, listen, before you kill me, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to resign." I mean, they're all on the same team. This is not. I mean, you can't get people to do their homework on this.
Well, what is the goal of the team? You know, the goal of a team is typically to win the game. But I mean, what's the game that's afoot here?
Well, it's world domination and control. Henry Kissinger told us in 1972. Eisenhower warned us in 1961 and 60 or 60 and 1. Kennedy warned us in 62. Aldous Huxley came out and told us what would happen. Aldous Huxley is more accurate on what's happening today than if you asked a sociologist yesterday.
And he wrote
in 1962.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's like, we're not going to wake up. I mean, look, I've been telling people to blue face. I'm telling my partner who's a Harvard graduate. He said, "Well, we don't want to talk about conspiracy." I said, "What do you think it was with Caesar? Et tu, Brute? You too, Brutus? In other words, you're part of this conspiracy? Is it conspiracy's part of the cycle? Of course they're going to talk it down. They're the ones doing it." I mean, I think we deserve what we get. I'm sorry to say, if people are not woken up by this, or when you've got obvious people that are nuts on TV talking to you and you're cheering them, it's like, I give up. It lets everybody fend for themselves because I give up. I can't. I'm trying to, nobody wants honesty or facts. It's all about emotion, and that these guys on the TV. How about the guys on TV, on the TV news channels that are telling blatant lies? They're proven to be lies. What happens to them? Well, I mean, if you were Jimmy the Greek, remember that? Didn't he get knocked off one of the Monday Night Football for saying something, and somebody else referred to a guy as a little monkey? I mean, heck, when we were all kids, your parents or my aunt and uncle said, "Oh, that little monkey," or this or that. But you say it on TV, boom, you get fired, you lose your job. There's a guy for the 49ers. I knew him personally, that made an announcement, and he made a very good observation. He was talking about Jackson, the Ravens quarterback, and how, with the type of offense where they look like they're either going to hand off to the halfback and they either keep the ball or they hand it off. And he said, look, it makes it even more difficult because the color of the football and this person, his skin color and the football color are very, very similar, so it makes it even more difficult. And I'm thinking, what is that? And say, oh, well, that's a great observation. By the way, that's a fine point. It's a great observation, and he almost loses his job for saying that. So the country's lost its mind. I mean, these guys who have done what they've done, and the book, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, please don't read it. I used to advise people to read it. Nobody ever reads it. I tell them not to read it now. Maybe somebody will pick it up and read it. It tells you step by step what happened. It's called, the title is The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. The sad part is that it's already been a success. So if you couldn't get people to read back when they were smart, now that they're dumb, it's, there's, what's the chance is zero. I don't even mention it anymore.
The reason things like this can happen is because there's so much lying garbage on the internet. And, I talk to people because when I write an article for Conservative Truth, I typically have 10 to 20 hours of research in it. And that's why we're the oldest Christian conservative website on the internet, 20 years.
Gary, did you see that? I had it up earlier, Dr. Tom's site, conservativetruth.org.
Yeah, I wanted to see.
That's his site. He's written a lot of great articles. So I just wanted you to have that.
Dwayne, I meant to ask you before I forget. I want. Can you email me that stuff that you mentioned on the pandemics every 100 years?
I'll do that. I'll do that.
This thing?
I'll do that right now. But I think I cut Dr. Tom off. Did I cut you off, Dr. Tom? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was actually making a point.
I apologize.
It'd be interesting. Can we just ask your audience whether they believe Wikipedia and or Snopes are accurate sites to go to find the truth on controversial matters? Just let's see how many people respond to that.
All right, I'll watch the chat box. Stefan says no. Here's the thing. I believe that sometimes they are correct, but in order to be correct, it must fit their agenda, their left-leaning deep state agenda.
Yeah, if you
so
go
by luck of the draw,
restaurant-
sometimes I mean, some of the stuff I don't even have to Snope it to know that it's just ludicrous, but.
Well, Dwayne, the whole basis of disinformation is they give you a truth that everybody's aware of. And they start with the truth that everybody's aware of. So it conditions the mind to say, oh, these people are telling the truth. Then they lie to you.
Yeah. Well,
if you go out behind a restaurant and look in the garbage can, you're likely to find a couple of perfectly good steaks in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it's mostly garbage. And that's what Wikipedia is. If it's biographical information, when you know what year somebody was born or what party they were in or whatever, they're okay for that. But there's a good site called Conservapedia. Go in there and type in the words Clinton body count. Conservapedia. Okay. And as far as Snopes is so left-leaning that they just overtly lie. And people believe it because they think that they're a fact-checking site.
It's a husband and a wife working out of their living room.
Yeah, and they've they're extreme left-wing.
Way left-wing. Now there was another site called trutherfiction.com, and again that was a husband and wife, but they were neutral. They actually just said the truth. They checked things out. They checked out real facts and gave it a, true, false, or partly true, or whatever. But Snopes has never been anything except extremely liberal, and I don't trust anything. I don't even look them up anymore on there.
So I'm at the Conservapedia site. What did you
go to the search box and type in Clinton body count?
Now, I just did this search a few moments ago on Google. And it brought me back, the typical, the Wikipedia, the Snopes, and they all were saying that it was, not true, a conspiracy, etc.
Wikipedia pays a lot of money to come to the top of the search count.
Here we go. All right, I got it up
all
now.
All nonprofit all they want to, but they're, they pay for clicks.
Dwayne, what's the name of the guy that they arrested? Not the kid that was over in Russia, because his news was very good. There's an honorable whistleblower, and look what happened to him. And the other fellow, who's the guy I'm thinking of? He's a major source of actually good information.
Was his name Eric something?
Oh. No, the blonde guy. No, I don't mean the kid that went over to Russia, but the guy.
You're talking about the guy that was locked up in the embassy.
Yeah,
all those years
in the embassy.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, what's that guy's name, Dr. Tom?
I can't. I don't know why I'm drawing a mental blank on it, but
I know who you're talking about.
Adrian.
He was an older guy.
Assange.
Yeah, Julian Assange.
Julian Assange. There we go.
His information was classically good. If you want to go to a site where you can really look at some things, Natural News does a pretty good job. Mike Adams. But if you go to censored news,
what's the name of the site?
By the way, if something's censored, if it's something censored by Google, look for things that are not allowed. half of them are pretty good, but censored news. It's censored. I just put censored.news, and you've got a bunch of information there. InfoWars, Alex Jones, who was removed, but Natural News, they're right on the top. And then there's something called Brighteon, which is kind of battling YouTube, because YouTube, of course, is you can get a lot of things on YouTube, but if you've got something that's real good information, they'll remove it. But there's a whole bunch of things.
I think that Alex Jones is a whack job.
He's a little, yeah. I think something's...
He's either crazy or he acts crazy to get a lot of people to watch him. But some of the things he says are just so...
Some of the things he
totally
says
out of whack
are kind of wild. But the other, but the guy has hit some very good information, and has done a pretty good job of getting a lot of people aware. I mean, I don't agree with everything a lot of these people say.
Well, you know, but the whole thing about that one school shooting with the young kids, that they were all actors and no children actually died. I think that's the thing that finally got him kicked off the air, kicked off YouTube and Facebook.
There's some pretty interesting stuff about Ruby Ridge and things like that. See, what happens is that sometimes these things happen that are, you know, there's a lot, you know, I mean, it gets down. What about 9/11? You know, gee, is that an organic situation?
Oh my goodness! I've got I got to share this link with you. I got a guy that I worked with. Oh goodness, 30 something years ago. He's a very smart guy. He is convinced that 9/11 was an inside job. You know, people can be too smart for their own good. This guy is so smart, but yet he bought a piece of metal off of the internet that was quote unquote from the 9/11 crash site.
Yeah, and it's got all that.
You can buy a splinter. You can buy a splinter from Jesus's cross on the internet, but you know, I don't know that I'd be praying to it. You follow what I'm saying? I mean, the guy's so smart, but yet he just some guy he doesn't know on eBay says he's got a piece of metal.
It's follow the money. How did they have people on rooftops filming it before the first plane got there? There's a number of people that weren't at. Well, there's a bunch of stuff I'm not going to say on the air, but if you just follow the money, do you remember what was happening before 9/11? You had Ron Paul and others wanting to audit the Federal Reserve. Remember that? There was $2 trillion that they couldn't find. Do you remember the other thing that they were doing? The other thing had to do with the Pentagon. The Pentagon also had about $2 trillion that they somehow misplaced, and they were pushing for audits on both of those. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the money for the Fed was kept. The records and so forth was kept, you know, beneath the trade towers, and the Pentagon, the area of the Pentagon. What are the odds that boom, you have 9/11, you eliminate all those records when they were asking questions on the $2 trillion, then you have at the same time the Pentagon, and it just happened to blow up that part of the place where they kept their records for that. So, I mean, what are the odds? Then, if that's not good enough, and to me that's good enough, because both of them have got to be...
Any record, paper record that was in the Pentagon was also digitized and in multiple servers in multiple locations in the country. Blown up part of the Pentagon would not get rid of any evidence.
How come nobody asked any questions after that occurrence? I'll give you one more. Remember I forget the hurricane with the there were a number of I can go ahead and get the information on this if you want it, but there was a vast number of bonds that were coming due. They had the hurricane situation, and somebody somehow left the safe door open where these bonds were, and they were all eliminated just at the time that they were coming due, you know, and at a time also when the Fed was in a pinch for money. I mean, you realize before 2008 the entire repo market was kept in check with only $2 billion. In other words, it was $2 billion was all it took. You know what that number is now? $1.5 trillion. I can't even fathom that. There's a problem. There's obviously a problem. But what's happened is we're conditioned not to question, number one. Number two, we wouldn't even begin to know where to look. I mean, for most people, the extent of their knowledge is a television set, and if they don't look at that, then they'll go into the news channel. They'll go into the internet. They'll look at the news channel that they're watching on TV. And I'm like, excuse me, what's the difference?
Garrett, excuse me. You did not answer my question. You answered it with another question and just sort of blew past what I said. I was in administration in the Marine Corps, and even way back then, multiple copies were kept of any important documents. So everything that was in the Pentagon was digitized. It was on multiple servers throughout the country. So if one server got blown up,
I don't know that.
Well, I know it. I know it personally, curious.
What if there's something? Well, how come all the questions of the $2 trillion, we've never heard of them again?
Well, first of all, they may not have been valid questions in the first place. Secondly, we were in kind of a mess, if you remember, after 9/11. But
I'm talking before 9/11. Before 9/11, you check it. Before 9/11, there were big questions going on and putting these people under pressure for where is that money?
Look,
where's the money?
I don't have any problem with that money's been misappropriated and so on. I just challenge your supposition that particular part of the Pentagon was blown up because that's where the paper records were, because that could never happen. I mean, the records are probably even in servers in other countries that are secure. The countries don't even know that they're there, but everything is backed up, multiple backups. And so that was what I was asking you about, and you just said, well then how come this?
I'm saying, look into it.
I do. I've got to run because I'm running real late here, but let me just say to folks, if you really want to get truth, go to conservativetruth.com. This is one website that stood the test of time for 20 years, and no one has ever challenged the validity of what we speak of, because we don't publish anything unless we check it out thoroughly. Not what most people call research. People say, I'm going to research something, and they go on the internet and they find a story that agrees with their personal bias, and then they think they've done research. I look at the pro and the con, people that believe, what I think is true, people that don't, and I very carefully review what the people who disagree with me believe, and sometimes I find truth in there. So that's the only way to really find the truth.
Now, I can see that you guys both have a different opinion on this thing, and I would really like to do a show dedicated to this topic. I'll even invite my friend Jeff, who, again, is a really smart guy. He bought this piece of metal off the internet. He had it tested by some scientist in Germany. I've had a real hard time believing and buying into any of it. But we can have a gentlemanly, intelligent conversation about this topic on a day that we dedicate to that for an hour and a half. That can be our focus. So if you guys are in...
I was going to, Dwayne,
sure.
I think it's, for me, I'd rather talk about something else, but because here, Dr. Tom, let me do this. I just went to Snopes.com. Now, I think if you talk to the people on Snopes, they would say just exactly what you said. Oh, I researched. We've really done this really well. We've really looked into it. Do you think the Snopes people are going to say that? Of course they're going to say it. I've gone to their website. It says Snopes.com, the definitive fact-checking site and reference. So there you go. Now,
I think the difference is I've got a doctorate degree. I'm a professor, and I know how to research. And I'm a Christian, and I don't lie.
Well,
Okay.
I have to.
Those people
Aren't they
liars.
going to say the same thing, Dr. Tom?
Yeah, but I know Dr. Tom, and I know that he, in fact, did do the research. He wouldn't say he did if he didn't.
That's wonderful. They'll come up with 50 people on their side that say that they know the people and they've done the research and they've got a bigger organization to do it or have done it longer or whatever. So how do you answer that?
As I just said.
I mean, you're going to some conservative news thing. That's great. But
no, that's not what I said at all, Garrett. I said I go and I spend as much time on the liberal sites, the ones that believe differently, as I do on the conservative sites, because sometimes the liberals do get things right. Amazingly, Democrats, socialists, whatever, they actually have the truth on their side. Doesn't happen very often, but it does.
What's your feeling on 9/11? Just kind of happened, organic event?
Well, I certainly don't believe the government was involved in it. It would take far, far, far too many people for the government to have been involved in that and for it to take place. I believe it was exactly, sometimes the truth just stares you right in the face. These were Islamists who hated America. They've tracked how they were trained. They went to flight schools. They learned how to to steer a plane. They never learned how to land a plane.
We know all that.
Right.
But I'm just saying, a lot of people say they've done their research. Everybody says they've done their research. I haven't met anybody who doesn't say that. Most of them, their research is I looked at my TV and I made up my mind.
But this is a guy. This is a guy that I trust. That's what makes the difference for me.
Well, I mean, but what I'm saying is the people on the other side.
I don't trust the people. But I don't trust the people at Snopes.
Paul Krugman, the economist, has writes for the New York Times and the Washington Post probably and so forth, and is right 1 out of 15 times. It's got a lot of credentials. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. Did you read The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America?
No.
Why not?
I never heard of it before today.
Do you think America's been dumbed down?
Sure. Happens all the time in the school system.
Do you feel that I'll give you a guy, a real bright guy from Harvard who doesn't believe in the conspiracy theory either. But you know what happens when people don't believe in conspiracy theory? They don't research it, do they? Well, no, I don't believe in it, so I'm not going to research it.
No, I don't think that's true.
If he's a bright guy, he wouldn't have gone to Harvard, because everybody knows that Harvard, spawns liars. Yeah, that's all they do. They train people to lie there. So I wouldn't call anybody that went to Harvard bright. But be that as it may,
my view is that
I'd be more than willing to have that discussion that Dwayne wanted to have. But I'm running really late now. I was supposed to be off at 2:00. It's 2:30, so I've got to go take care of some things.
All right.
It was nice talking with you.
Take care, Dr. Tom. I'll talk with you later today or tomorrow, and then we'll see you next week.
Okay. God bless.
All right, brother.
Bye-bye.
All right, Garrett. We're over time, so I'm going to have to dash myself.
I stayed short yesterday and covered this morning, and looking to maybe jump back in there again. There's so much stuff that, again, my whole point with Dr. Tom is he's an honorable guy doing honest work and so forth. But what's going on here is so deep. I've been doing my research on this for 50 years on it, and I kept researching a few things that I couldn't believe, stuff that I heard that I couldn't believe. I mean, one of the things I'd asked Dr. Tom is I said, you're either on one side or the other politically. I said, maybe you can explain to me how the major Republican family in the country and the major Democrat family, which I think up until recent times and even now maybe are the Clintons and the Bushes. I said, how is it that with such massive opposition that they're both on the same side and consider each other family in private? How does that happen? You know, I mean, there's a bunch of other stuff that, like I say, people aren't. Anybody who says they're doing their research to the degree that they do it based on what they choose to look at. I can show him some stuff. There's some awfully good information and very good reasons. Even if you don't look at the flow of money on the 9/11, you know, Henry Kissinger was telling us about the New World Order. If you don't put that into the equation, and you haven't done real deep research on the New World Order in the deep state, and almost nobody has, you can't even. You haven't begun to do your research. You've done remedial research that everybody else can do one way or another. If you don't get into that other stuff, and you haven't read about it, and you don't know, you know, it's the string pullers. Again, it's follow the money. You know, and most people think that Jeff Bezos is the richest guy on the planet, right?
That's what we've been told.
I mean, it used to be Bill Gates, and then it used to be Warren Buffett.
Yeah, they take turns. Yeah,
I mean, you know, let me assure you, there's people that could buy these guys with their pocket change. And you never hear of them. The reason you don't hear of them is that I mean, think about it. You know the Walton family. Mm-hmm. They've got a lot of money.
John Boy, you know no, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
And you know the basis of their money. But the Rockefeller family, you know, they started way back in oil.
Oh, yeah. You know? I'm listening to a great podcast. It's called Drilled. I don't know if you're a podcast guy, but just like it sounds, Drilled. That's the name of it. It's very well done. And it documents all of the stuff that went on with big oil back in the late 1800s, the early 1900s. It goes in depth about the guy who invented the term press release and issued the first press release on the behalf of Standard Oil. It's really good, really good.
Well, there's such deep stuff there that goes way back, and that thing that I mentioned about Aldous Huxley. I mean, Edward Bernays was the person who was kind of the father of advertising in this country. He was related to Sigmund Freud.
Oh yeah, they bring up Bernays in there. Bernays, well, the guy who he was competing with this other guy, who's really the topic of this one episode I just listened to. Oh, what's the guy's name? Could you?
Edward Bernays, but all those guys who were the masters of industries like Morgan and Rockefeller, they started with oil and banking back then. They've compounded it they compounded their wealth, which was extreme, for 7 decades before Bill Gates was ever heard of. And now they're saying, oh, well, Gates is the richest guy, or Bezos is, you know, and they've been able to amass great wealth. But the real great wealth on this planet is, you know, certainly in other hands. I mean, there's certain Chinese families that, you know, had wealth going back well before that.
Ivy Lee, does that name ring a bell?
What is it?
Ivy Lee. IVY first name. He was the father of the press release. And the guy you mentioned, Bernays, he's considered to be the father of propaganda.
Yeah, advertising.
They helped, or the guy, it was either Bernays or Ivy that got real chummy with Hitler and helped him shore up his image to his country people.
You need to keep reading on that because I mean, I just don't want to say stuff on this, but it's obvious there, and this is stuff I can tell Dr. Tom just hasn't thought to look into, and people don't want to. But there's a big connection with American industrialists and Hitler and supplying people with equipment and so forth.
You know, I'm the first to admit. I'm the first to admit that maybe I just don't want to believe my country was behind 9/11. I just,
Well, your country, I don't think your country was. I think.
Okay, all right. Yeah, good point.
People,
yeah, well said. Well, yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
And that's why, I mean, I don't know why I ran into I read a book called The Cycles of War a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got me into some other things, and I started to read some things, and there were 3 or 4 times over the decades that I just put it down and thought, geez, this is fascinating. I can't not read it, but I can't. I don't have any way to prove it. I don't know the people. I'm not part of those blue blood families. I just, as fascinating as it sounds, as much as it makes sense, as documented as it is, I can't do that. And then I saw some information from a guy named Aaron Russo, and then other source.
He was a guest on my radio show shortly before he died.
But what a great guy.
His last interview was done from a hotel room in Sedona. True story. Yeah. And in fact, that podcast is floating around out there on the internet somewhere.
If you can read anything on Aaron Russo or go on YouTube and look at, From Fascism to Freedom or Freedom to Fascism.
Yeah, that's the book that we were promoting. It's
remarkably good. And that's what Dr. Tom needs to do. I've told, my other Harvard partner, but he refused to, they believe something and refused to look at it. I don't think Dr. Tom's going to look at it either. But so where do you go with that? You go, well, I refuse to do the research. I said, okay, well, then I'll go with my comment. You haven't done your research. You're scratching the surface. But there is, Aaron Russo certainly did his research. Aaron knew what was going on. William Cooper knew what was going on. Aldous Huxley knew what was going on. In fact, he was part of it. He was part of the other side. The other guys I mentioned were on our side. Huxley was on the other side. He was on the side that, where they form our thinking via the news media. Why in the world is every late night talk show host a liberal? Why in the world is CNN and MSNBC, saying stuff that they know is not true? But the bigger question to me is, why are they getting away with it?
It is an interesting question you pose. Why are all the overnight radio, like Coast to Coast and everything else, they are all liberal? Huh. I guess they can't sleep.
I think the answer is because someone wants them to be. People in you've only got 6 news media outlets, right? I mean, that run it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and none of those are controlled by a conservative, and I think the only reason you've got Fox News doing. By the way, wasn't Fox bought by Disney?
I
think
I
so.
don't know, honestly. I know they just rolled out their own streaming network, but
yeah. So
somebody in the audience might know the answer to that.
I think that's the case. Let's see. Let me double check that. Acquisition of 21st Century Fox by Disney.
Okay.
So they bought that part. If that's part of the new 71.3 billion, so that's what they bought. Whether they bought the news part, I don't know. But boy, if that purchase ever comes down the road, Fox is there's Fox, there's One America News and stuff like that. But it really kind of changes things if that happens. So. But there's some stuff out there that I could have Dr. Tom see. I've read it for 50 years, and it took me 25 or 30 of those to finally, well, whenever it hit Aaron Russo, which is, it really cemented it. And then all of a sudden, all these bubbles of knowledge, you know, where you've got pieces of information, but they're not tied together, they started to tie together. And it was kind of like, boop, 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 boop. You know, when you get one, all of a sudden you get the other, and, you know, but until you get that one, nothing happens. And that, I can send them to some of this stuff where you could very clearly see this, but most people don't want to do that. That's why I don't want to get into a conversation about it, because what's been the most frustrating.
I think you would have a very invigorating conversation with my friend Jeff, who does believe there was a conspiracy behind 9/11.
Well, you just follow the money. It's there. I mean, there's certain things that have happened. I mean, my thought is Dr. Tom was appalled at the Vince Foster. I said, oh, well, doesn't that tell you something? That's why I got in on the conversation. I probably shouldn't have, but I said, doesn't that tell you something?
Oh, we invite, raw radio.
And if they can do that, and he's going, and I'd say, let me get this right. You're going to tell me about that. Then you're going to take me to a website that shows a body count of the people. But you don't believe in conspiracy. I said, you know what? I'm out. I said, you're just selling me on a bunch of conspiracy, and then I ask you if you believe in conspiracy, and apparently you don't. So it's like, I'm out of that. Count me out. You know, read for 10 or 15 years, and let's revisit this thing. But that's the only thing I was thinking. I said, I didn't bring it up. You know, he's bringing it up, and he's leading us to the, you know, these whatever the body count is. And I said, okay, but that's okay. But 9/11, which was, you know, they've got, if he wants to do some research, he'll find that there were some people, and I don't want to get into this because it kind of gets to who it is, and that'll open up another can of worms, because it's one of those things that people, I try very hard if the topic comes up and that I don't know anything about, you know, if we're talking about a needle point or brain surgery or something, I say, you know, I've got to opt out. I know there's people that are extremely good in both those areas, and I'm not one of them. But it's amazing how often people will come into another area and particularly now, and by the way, we're engineered to do this. That's what's, you know, that's the sad part. You know, we're that's a whole part of this process. And when people like Henry Kissinger say New World Order, and then you hear it out of the mouths of everyone, my thought would be, find everything you can about the New World Order. That's what I did. And I started looking in 72 when I first heard it. Now, if Dr. Tom looked into the New World Order and really researched it, not a glaze over research, but I mean deep research, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. You and I might, but he and I wouldn't have had that conversation.
Right.
Because, and again, read The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. She documents her stuff. It's documented. Read William Cooper, Behold a Pale Horse. He said in Behold a Pale Horse that something like 9/11 was going to happen, and he told us that in the early 90s. If I'm not mistaken, it happened in 2001. So my comment would be, did you do that research? Have you looked into Cooper? Have you looked into your guy, Aaron Russo? Aaron Russo, William Cooper, Charlotte Iserbyt. Look at some of those things, because that's general stuff. That's not, you know, hey, I've got my aluminum tinfoil hat on, you know, and I'm sitting under my pyramid. It's not that kind of stuff.
Garrett, I got to run, brother.
Hey, listen, would you mind sending me that stuff on the?
Yes.
I was fascinated by what you said about the epidemics. That was interesting stuff. And I was also fascinated by, there was something on Hillary Clinton and that woman that she apparently was
Yeah.
backing. That's when I first got on the call. That was really fascinating stuff. I'd love to see that. And if you want to,
I'll send you links to all of that stuff. And audience, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because I know we haven't finished the show completely, and I haven't done the recap of the alerts from last night. I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and then I will be back, and then we will finish the show.
Oh,
and
great.
Garrett, I'll talk to you soon, and if you want to pop back in about 15 minutes, you're certainly welcome to.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, brother.
Okay, man.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. We are on a 15-minute break. Stick around. All right, guys. 15 minutes. Be there or be square.
So, how long ago did this this message be get put up? And you guys are just still in here. Owen, I gotta send you something.
Normally I say and back like that, but I realized that was far longer than the scheduled break time. But for those that are still here, thanks for sticking around. What we'll do is we'll go through these alerts real quick. And it's important that I get it on the recording for today. Okay, look at here. Did you see that coming? All right, last night, Concierge Trade Alerts. Let me give you a chance to take a screenshot if you'd like. Here we go. Simplest way to do this. Keep your snipping tool, which is built into Windows 10. Keep your snipping tool parked on the toolbar. Click it. New. Hold down the left mouse button. Drag. Release. Left mouse button. You gotta get right over the image. Right click. Copy. And now you can go paste that anywhere. You can paste it in Telegram, as I do. You can paste it in, I'll show you. This is Telegram. I come right down here, paste it. There it is. So, 2 entries for Wednesday night. So let me delete one so I don't confuse myself. Alright, there we go. Alright, everybody got a screenshot. Fantastic. Look at that thing go. This is quite an interesting development here in the afternoon. In fact, let me jump to... Oh, we already did it. No, hang on. If you didn't catch it. Last night's Concierge Trade Alert, we already triggered the short side multiple times, but we're just on top of, in fact, let me go here. Let me get this alert out real quick. Okay, this will be alert number 3012. 3012 alerts. ESH20 by 3283. Initial target 3285. Weekly trading zone overhead, which is the trade to target, 3302/3303. Post. Okay, so now for everyone who has access to the alerts, you'll see got a new alert number. I need to shrink this. There we go. Alert number 3012. Now let me right click. Oh, and I might as well show you this while I'm showing you Telegram. I'm going to right click, copy, and then I'm going to jump over to the trial alert channel. Control V, that pastes it, and post. All right. So I've told you here, I just put it out as an alert. So go ahead and get the line in the sand up there. 3281. Now the 3281 that was sent out to every CFRN trader last night at, you've got it on your screenshot, 7:55 p.m. Eastern. So that's going to be 1930. Right there. That little doji, during the life of that 30-minute candle, that the alerts went out. Then we actually triggered the first short during the 2100 30-minute candle. Now we overshot the trade 2 target, but from the alert entry that went out here, it triggered here, and then it reached the trade 2 target 15 points later at during the 2 a.m. Eastern 30-minute candle. Okay. All right. So, and then we overshot it by, let's see, the low was 39.75. So we'll just call it 32.40. Round it up. Be conservative. 32.40. So that's another 8 points. So 23 points to the swing low, but to the actual trade 2 target, 15. Once price triggers on a short, it's gonna go look for support, which will typically be the zone below on a short trade. So when the market finds support and can't go any lower, and it did, it definitely tried to go lower, it's going to turn around. It'll consolidate for however long it chooses to consolidate, and then it's going to reverse and go look for resistance, which it found at the BBC. It held this retracement. Sometimes for new traders, in their mind, they understand leg retracement when the market's moving higher, but no one's ever taught them when the market's moving down, leg retracement. It's the same thing, okay? So we get up to the BBC, can't get through it, market turns around, goes back to support, where we told our traders Monday morning at 6:15 a.m. Eastern, this is where they should look for support if the market traded into this area. Now, here's Sunday night into Monday. We got down to this area. We overshot it, okay, but we just kept, this is very wide-ranging consolidation. Now, when you've got any time frame chart that's going below the zone, above the zone, below the zone, above the zone, below, above, below, that's not good, fertile trading soil, okay? So, price consolidates at the zone, fixed support, okay? Your BBC, that's what I refer to as a dynamic support and resistance. Your zones are fixed support and resistance. So when price figures out it's not going any lower here because there's more buyers in the order flow than there are sellers, it rides the back of blue and climbing right back up to the trigger, gets above the trigger, consolidates for an hour and a half, and then it trades below the trigger, trades below blue and climbing, reaches the BBC. So the question right here becomes, will this be good support? Yay or nay? This was a nay. So even if you waited to this spot, like 32.52, to go short, that still gives you 3 points room to run before you get to the area that you expect to be good support. You see, the weekly trading zones, once we publish those Monday morning, 6:15 a.m. Eastern for the partners, passport holders, we don't change them, massage them, manipulate them. In other words, because this happened, we don't come in and adjust this zone to compensate for what the market did. No, these zones are our rules, okay? And we're going to trade by, or I should say framework. This is our framework. So we realize that price You know, if there's a lot of momentum to the downside, a lot of selling pressure, or lack of buying, this can happen. But look at what happened. When it spiked, what did it do? It came back to the zone. Made another run to the downside, back to the zone. Got above the zone, came back to the zone. Above the zone, back to the zone. And then you get some real tight consolidation. Now you see this blue right here, this blue and climbing. It's creeping up, creeping up. Once you cross, that's your confirmation. I would be fully comfortable getting long. Now this is a counter trend trade, and I don't send you out counter trend trades in the alerts. But when I work with you in one-on-one mentoring sessions, I will teach you counter trend if that's what you want to learn that day. Okay, I'm comfortable getting long here. You, on the other hand, might want more confirmation, so you wait to here about 32.55. Well, you know 32.55, your first obstacle is going to be these swing highs, 57. That's 2 points, and then back up to the trigger. That's a 5-point move. Consolidate for an hour and a half, do it again. Consolidate for 1, 2.5 hours, back to the trigger. This time we put in a higher low. In fact, look at this. There's a low, a higher low, an even higher low, and yet an even higher low. Now, here's a real key here, because as price goes up, hits the trigger. Hold for me just 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I won't be gone long, promise. Just a second. My apology, the conversation ran a little longer than I thought. Okay, so we got back above the trigger, back down to support, back up to the trigger. This time we put in yet another higher low. Low, higher low, another higher low, yet another higher low. Now, what's different this time, okay, on the way down here, the BBC did not hold. This time on the way down, it held. How do we know it held? Because it started building this candle right here. Now, because we have an alert right here, I wouldn't suggest being long 3260. However, as this swing high is taken out, call it 3265, that's a 5-point move up to what you expect to be good resistance until it isn't. Okay, it moseyed right on through it. Happens. It actually consolidated. If I put it on a 5-minute chart, you'd see there was some. So you'd see some candles spread out there. We move through it after the consolidation. Okay, we get up into an area that we expect to find resistance. Where'd you go? There. Okay. All right. All right. We get a leg and a retracement. We get a leg and a retracement. We get a leg, and then when we look left, we see we've just reached this area. This is Friday's. Well, Friday's close is way up here, right? But this is Friday, the Friday session swing low. Important price, important area. I mean, the buyers really give it all they got. Well, not all they got. If they gave it all they got, they're broke. But they tried. Then what happens? Blue and climbing becomes red and falling. Never, well, I don't want to say never, because sometimes price will rip right through it. Think about it. Before you go long into red and falling, unless your target is red and falling itself, okay? Because right here we have a candle, got through it, but it didn't get through it without a fight. The other difference is, whereas here we had a pretty extended move, and now we're chopping around up here at the top of a swing. We have exit signals. The market's telling us this move running out of steam, so we pull back to the BBC. That's where we re-energize, refresh, get some energy. Now, bang. By the time we got to the trigger on this one, the 3287, we had a number of triggers. A 3 3/4 point move, a 3-point move, 4 3/4 point move, 4 1/4 point move, and then after the show yesterday, we ran up to 92.75. So I'm going to call it 92. 87 to 92 is 5. So a 5-point move. Now you'll read it all over the internet, man. If somebody could just figure out a way to consistently take 2 points a day out of the S&P, that's all they'd ever have to know, all they'd ever have to do. It's true. It's a true story. It's a function of math. It has nothing to do with our methodology. It's just a function of math. I don't care if you take a trade every time a fly lands on your screen, on your monitor, if you live in fly-ish areas. You get my point, right? Whatever it is that you're using to get yourself in and out of trades, and your goal is 2 points a day. There's 3 1/4. There's 3, 4 3/4, or 4 3/4. Yeah, 4 1/4, then 5. Now, if you're using our methodology, if you're using our indicators, and you somehow didn't get your 2 points for the day out of this, book a mentoring session so that we can go over it, we can talk about it, and see what's missing. All right. Okay.
And if you're on the trial, I just wanted to jump in.
Oh yeah, no, please do.
If you're on the trial, we have a partners meeting tonight, 9 p.m. And you will be getting a call if you gave us an accurate phone number within a few hours. Okay. And you'll also be getting an email with all the information you need to become a partner before the partners meeting tonight.
Yeah, the partner, the passport workshops, those are for members only. Okay, so that's a room full of people who've already made the decision. They've committed their time and their treasure to learning everything that Michael and I know about trading Emini Futures, and full access to all of our tools, from the indicator set to the weekly trading zones to the Concierge Trade Alerts and the Logic 247 alerts.
Indeed.
And because we've been doing business with PayPal for so long, and they know that we take care of business, they're willing, they have enough faith in us that they're willing to allow you to become a passport holder today with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 6 months. Now, we're not
I think they might have stretched that out to a year for us. I gotta go check on that.
Okay, well, okay, now we're not floating the note, all right? PayPal's doing that because they know we take care of business. Okay, they know what our, rates, our percentages are, and all that kind of stuff. So, here's what I don't want you to do, though. I don't want you to just take advantage of that offer and not show up for class, not trade in sim, not actively participate, and just hope that somehow, like by osmosis, in 6 months, when that money comes due, somehow you got a bunch of money in your account. You have to be an active participant. This is not a spectator sport. Now, beyond that, here's what I want you to do. If you decide to accept PayPal's offer, and it's when you're checking out, in the checkout process, you'll get a little pop-up that extends the offer to you. If you decide to take that offer, okay, whether it's 6 months or a year, let's just say for now it's 6 months, take the total dollar amount divided by 6, and then promise yourself that you're going to set aside that much money every month in an interest-bearing account, so that at the end of 6 months, you don't have to pay any interest and you don't have to make any payments. You pay it off one lump sum.
Okay, here it says 6 months.
Is it still 6? Okay.
Yeah, but they'll give you $20 off your purchase too.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah. So.
Okay, well, great. I'm glad you popped in and brought that up. So again, if you want to take advantage of that offer, as you're going through the checkout process, you'll get a pop-up giving you the offer. You can accept it, blah, blah, blah. They notify us as soon as you sign up, but you should just shoot us a quick email as well. Hey guys, just signed out, become a passport holder. What do I do next? And that's when we'll swing into action and get you out all the links that you need to Telegram, just everything. Plus, you'll get your invitation to the workshop tonight. And we'll teach you how to use Telegram. We have a channel for the weekly trading zones. We have discussion groups for people on the trial. We have discussion groups for the folks that have been with us for a long time, everyone that's a member. That's where we put the alerts, both the Concierge and the Logic alerts. We even have one channel that we call CFRN Breeze. That's where we go when we just want to shoot the breeze. You'll meet some quality people. You'll never run into anybody. Now, if some, if somebody comes along taking the trial and he gets access to the trial discussion channel, If they're off color, off base, we send them packing real quick. But in the members area, which is what you'll be primarily using once you become a partner passport holder, you're not going to ever run into that stuff. No negativity, no profanity, not even any off-color jokes. Because people, by the time someone signs up with us, they know who we are, what we stand for, how we do business, okay? We're not heavy-handed with religion. We don't whoop you over the head with a Bible. But our name alone gives you a real good idea, because we're not the Financial Christian Radio Network. We are the Christian Financial Radio Network. So we put what's important first. Now, at cfrn.net/Bible study. Still haven't made the page pretty yet, but I will. Click here. Set up your free account here. It'll bring you to this page. We've given you free access to the biggest video Bible study library in the world. Now, this is you, this is your family, this is your Sunday school class, this is your home group maybe that you're a part of. You can access this library from wherever you're meeting, and you can stream it on somebody's big screen, or you can all sit around a computer screen, and it's really, it's stuff that's relevant for today. And it's all biblically correct. There's no weird stuff, okay? It's the gospel of Jesus Christ, and we wouldn't have it any other way. So beat feet over there. You'll have to fill out this little profile. You won't get spammed. You won't start getting a bunch of email. But they need to know, and we need to know, who has access to our content. Okay? And if you have any questions along the way, just email us, support@cfrn.net, or call us at 949-42-EMINI, and we'll get you all squared away. All right, so Price gave us a lot of entries up here, but it became pretty evident that it wasn't going to make it to the zone overhead. So when Price can't go any higher, it's going to turn around and say, okay, what's my target on the downside? Weekly trading zone, 3270/71. What did it do? Came right down, spiked it, consolidated, but notice how this stayed red and falling the whole time, okay? Which took us right into this entry to be short, which was last night. Consider being short 3263. Took us to the zone below, 15-point move. Took us back above the trigger and sent us down for another 15 points. And then it got back to the trigger. Let's see. The swing high was 62.75, and the entry was 32.63. So it came, what, 2 ticks? Now, to get a tick above it, yeah, we'd have to say it came 2 ticks shy of giving you another 15-point trade. 15, 30, and this could have been 45. So the trigger that I just drew as I was talking, just as we were starting this is from the same Concierge Trade Alert. In active markets, we do see two-sided action, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here. The alerts that I just gave you a screenshot of said to consider being long 32.81. Okay. Now, in the short time we've been talking, it made it up to 32.92. That's a 10-point move. since we started talking about this recap, that's $500 per contract traded. Now, traders who've been with us for a while, traders who've earned the right to trade 10 contracts, those two candles right there, if you've earned the right to trade 10 contracts, that's a $5,000 move. Have we run into trouble? By trouble, what do I mean? Is the sky falling? No, that's not what I mean. I'll show you what I mean if I can grab a hold of that little bar. I took something else out. Oh well. Now, anybody that tells you support resistance is broken, ask them to come explain to me why that is, or to show me some evidence that it is, because that's the very definition of what markets are. I mean, if I bring up a DOM here, okay, these are people wanting to sell or get short. These are people wanting to buy or get long, okay? And like that little Pong, that first video game Pong, price is going to ping back and forth between support, the buyers, and resistance, the sellers. If there are more sellers in the order flow, look for lower prices. If there are more buyers in the order flow, look for higher prices. However, these numbers, like now we can see there's twice as much on the offer side as there is on the bid. Don't go by those numbers. Even though Michael and I will teach you that price, well, we'll talk about tonight in the workshop. But these change so rapidly. I mean, this is double this right now, but in just a couple minutes, it could be the opposite. All right. So it's okay to look at that, have it in the back of your mind, but don't execute a trade based solely on that. Order flow, and also with this thing up here called iceberg orders, where you don't have to show, let's say you got 1,000 contracts to sell. You don't want to spook the market, so you just want to show 50. The iceberg, remember, most of an iceberg is underneath the surface of the water. You can't see it. So the second that somebody takes out those 50 you're trying to sell, boom, out of nowhere, there comes another 50. They buy that, boom, there's another 50. Okay, so you're not getting a true picture of what's here. This is your graphic representation of trader or investor sentiment at any given time for whatever market is being traded. So this thing walked from 32.81 up to 32.91, 10-point move in about 40 minutes. And that's a good bingo. Okay. Okay. Yes, that's resistance. Price tried valiantly to get through it, to get through it, to get through it, to get through it. And I get this question a lot. Okay, so after that happened, what's the highest probability? Have we come knocking at the door so many times that it's the higher probability now that the door is just going to fling open and we'll be able to get to that zone? Or is this iron wall getting stronger each time it's attacked? Both. Sometimes it'll fly through it on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th attempt. And sometimes there'll be 20 attempts and then it'll collapse and head the other way. So don't spend time or energy trying to know what can't be known. Just wait for the chart to show you. I mean, if the chart, when we reopen here in 10 minutes, when we reopen in 10 minutes, we're not going to get a pullback to the BBC because this moved too far too fast. Okay? However, if price trades with confidence above these swing highs, I mean, if you got long at 32.97 up to 33.02, that's a 5-point move. And let's say you get halfway there and then it starts to look like it's running out of steam, so you take profit. Well, it's 2.5 points. Okay. So we don't just tell you the tale of the 2 points and, you know, how you can earn a very good living taking 2 points a day out of the market. It's not a theory with us. We show up and we show it to you every day. Day after day after day. There are recaps at youtube.com/CFRN. We do this radio broadcast every day. We record it every day. We've done so for many years. You can go there. You can scroll back a week, a month, a year, and you'll see the exact same stuff. It's like, oh, well, you know, guys, it's turned out that price no longer holds at the BBC, or, you know, price is no longer holding at the WT. No, see, you don't have to worry about that happening because it can't happen. Because this, when our indicators print or plot, and when I put the framework up for you, I'm showing you how markets work. We're showing you what price is going to do. It's going to put in a leg and it's going to pull back to the BBC. It's going to put in a leg and pull back. Now, you see this one here? You're getting long right into red and falling. Not a good idea. It still had some point value, but getting long, even though that's a trigger, you know, way back when I sent that alert out, I had no way of knowing that red and falling would be right above that. Okay. So I pass on this, I would. Comes back, starts to move higher. I can see this is turning into blue and climbing. Boom, so grab a couple points there. Right? And where are you at over here? You had a little bearish cross. And I think we talked about this right at the end of the show yesterday, or during the show. That this was kind of an area where you had a bearish cross, but yet price had gotten back above the BBC. That if there is any opportunity, it will be to the long side, and it was. Okay, and so then here's the short side for today, and the long side for today. All right, real quick, let's look at the Dow. Last night on the Dow, we said to consider being short 28,630. 28,630. All right, 28,630. Our trade to target is down at 28,510. Yeah, 28,510. So if we sell 28,630, down to 630 to 510, that's going to be 120 points at $5 a point. That's $600 per contract traded. Yes, if you've earned the right to trade 10, it's a $6,000 move. Price gets back above the trigger, makes that same move again. It gets back above the trigger, Makes the same move again. Now, this happened this morning. This alert went to every one of our traders last night. And those that have earned the right to trade 10 contracts, and those who really do understand that important prices, important areas are almost always tested, they saw the potential for a $6,000 move from the entry to the target, from the entry to the target, from the entry to the target. That's $18,000. That's a pretty good day, I would say. But there was the S&P. And now it looks like there's going to be long side on the Dow. 28795. Oh, we're right at it. Okay. 28795. And the swing high is 43. So you got, yeah, I call it 250 bucks per contract so far. On the Russell, last night's alert, short below 1640. And that came out right here. Okay. So from 1640 down to the trade to target, that's 8 points at $50 a point. $400 per contract move. 400 bucks. Price gets back above the trigger, does it again. Except that zones are an area, so it gets just a little bit shy. All right, that happens. Then it gets back above the trigger, does it again, gets back above the trigger, and does it again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 $400 per contract moves from the published entry to the published target. So if that's $1,600 with 4 entries at $400 per contract. Now, I realize that most traders probably didn't take them all. I'm not that naive. But if they did, it's a $16,000 day. Again, most people probably took 1 and were happy as a clam. Maybe somebody hung around for 2. The hardcore guys were here for 3. And my buddy Mike Reed, he used to trade bell to bell. So he might even call it number 4. Okay. NQ. Alright, on the NQ, last night's alert, consider being short, 90.90. Now the time on that was 7:55, so that's going to be 19:55. So I need to find the 19:30 candle. So it was in the life of this candle right here. Nope. This one. That's where we triggered. And from the entry at 91.20 to 9,009. Let's just call it 100 points. It's 100 and more, 111. We'll just simple math. We'll call it 100 points. From the entry to the target, $20 a point. That's $2,000 per contract traded. Back above the trigger, This time we didn't make it all the way to the zone or the trade 2 target, but it still did okay. The swing low was 90.25. Now that's still basically 100 points. So $2,000, or however many contracts you trade based on what you've earned the right to trade. And the long side for the NQ, 91.20. So here's the trade 2 target, and when it rips through that, and we got to look at the next trade 2 target. So 91.20 to 92.20, we'll call it. 91.20 to 92.20, 100 points. It's a $2,000 per contract move. 10 contract trader, 20 grand. See, remember yesterday I kept pointing out, and Michael kept pointing out, and the conditions today are really not conducive for trading. He said it, I said it over and over. He said it, I said it. He came on and said it while I was saying it. This morning, in the live training room, got the goal for the day on the first trade. I think you told me it took 11 minutes. So, okay, real quick, crude oil. Last night on crude, we said to consider being short, 52.75. $52.75. All right, so from 52.75 down to 45, the trade 2 target, that's $300 per contract traded. But you can see it went lower and it came back and it went lower. But this is the first time we've gotten back above the trigger. Long side for crude last night is 53.50, which we haven't triggered yet. Oh, and gold. Last night on gold, consider being a long, 1581. Yeah, that got a little messy. Yeah, we finally hit a swing high of 1585. Amazon soars post-market, beat the numbers by 11%. My back pocket just vibrated. Let's see if I don't know if I have access to after hours on equities. Let's take a look. Post-market. Why would it say? Okay. All right, so the close was here, 4 o'clock. So this is how much it's rallied in after hours. According to this little pop-up I got, Amazon soars 12% above $2,000 post-market on earnings and revenue beat. You're looking at a different chart than I am. Who sent me that alert? That alert came courtesy of investing.com. Amazon delivers blowout earnings. Amazon shares are up 1% from the beginning of the year and are trading at 2,000. Okay. Is there more than one Amazon? Amazon. No, that's it. Is that a misprint on their end? Well, I don't know. We'll all know this time tomorrow. And if you are a Amazon shareholder, you're probably on the earnings call right now. Okay. Short side on gold was 1565. And so that has not been touched in this session. All right. Well, that brings us to our good word for the day. I know after this much time you're tired of me, and I'm tired. I'm just tired. I'm not tired of you. Nah, you thought I was going to say it. All right, let me find my notes. Here they come. Okay, there aren't a lot of guarantees in the world of trading. Aren't a lot of guarantees in the world of life. But in our faith, in our belief system, forgiveness is guaranteed. 1 John 1:9. If we freely admit that we have sinned and confess our sins, He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. That's a pretty good guarantee, right? In spite of our best intentions and efforts, we all fall short of God's requirements. You might want to read up on that, Romans 3:23. So what's the answer? Well, if we say we have no sin, refusing to admit that we are in fact sinners, we delude and lead ourselves astray, and the truth which the gospel presents and represents is not in us, doesn't dwell in our hearts. On the other hand, if we freely admit that we have sinned and confess our sins, He is faithful and just, true to His own nature, true to His promises, and He will forgive our sins, mine and yours, dismiss our lawlessness, and continuously cleanse us from all unrighteousness. That's everything that does not conform to His will, His purpose, His thoughts, and His action. He will forgive us. Now, what did we do to deserve that? Absolutely nothing. When it comes to God's forgiveness, knowing is better than feeling. Here's how God's forgiveness works. Consciousness of sin leads to conviction of sin. Conviction of sin leads to confession of sin. And confession of sin leads to cleansing of sin. And cleansing of sin leads to confidence before God. That's 1 John 3:21. Now you may say, well, I don't feel worthy of God's forgiveness. I know what I've done. Well, relax. You'll never be worthy of it. God's forgiveness is not based on your worthiness, but on Christ's worthiness. Furthermore, God's not like your parents. He doesn't insist that you squirm and be miserable for a few days so that you'll, quote unquote, learn your lesson, and then maybe He'll forgive you. Nope, he shoots straight from the hip. See, if he played it that way, that would mean that you actually play a part in earning his forgiveness. You can't earn his forgiveness. It's by grace and grace alone. That's in Ephesians 2:8. For by grace you have been saved through faith. And this is not your own doing. It is the gift of God, not a result of works, so that no man can boast. Grace means undeserved favor. So friend, when God forgives you, honor him by forgiving yourself, and then go and sin no more. That's our good word for the day. Thanks so much for tuning in. Whoever you are, wherever you are, may God continue to richly bless you with his mercy and with his grace. And I'll see you at the bell.
Remember this, there is no greater return on investment than to see a human life changed and given hope. As always, pray hard and trade safe. Any financial information discussed on this show is simply the opinion of our host, Dwayne Reeves, his co-hosts, and guests. To learn more about trading Emini Futures or to take a 1-week free trial in our live trading room, call 1-866-928-3310. 866-928-3310. Information discussed on this radio program should not be construed as a recommendation to buy or sell any security. Always do your own due diligence and consult with a licensed securities broker or financial planner before making any investment decision.